Please be seated. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
This is the case of the people of the state of Colorado versus James Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The records reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys, Ms. Brady, Mr. King, Ms. Nelson, Ms. Higgs, and Ms. Spengler. And the people are represented by Mr. Brockler, Mr. Orman, Ms. Pearson, Mr. Edson, and Ms. Tish McGuire. We are outside the presence of the jury at this time. Just a couple of things before we bring the jury in. One of them has to do with the pictures, some of the pictures that were admitted through the coroner on Friday. It was Dr. Lear Cole. At different points, the defense indicated that they had no further objections or no additional objections to the pictures. So to the extent that the pictures were the subject of amended order D98B, I took that to mean that the defense was resting on the arguments that I addressed in that order related to the risk of unfair prejudice. To the extent that the photographs were not the subject of that order, for example, the photographs related to x-rays, I took that to mean that there was no objection. So I wanted to make that clear because some of the pictures were the subject of amended order D98B, but some of the pictures were not. And I indicated in amended order D98B that I could not provide a final ruling with respect to all the pictures because I couldn't make determinations related to arguments that the evidence is cumulative or that there are other pictures that are less graphic that serve the same purpose. And so I needed to wait on some of those issues until the actual trial to make a final determination. So the rulings in the amended order D98B were necessarily preliminary, but there were some pictures that were introduced on Friday that were not subject or that were not this subject of that order. And so as to those pictures, I'm assuming that the defense's position meant they had no objection to those photographs. The second thing that I wanted to bring up with you is related to some of the evidence that may be coming up in the next couple of weeks. Mr. Brockler said on Thursday of last week that during the next couple of weeks, he's planning on getting into some of the mental health area. And there is a limiting instruction that I have to give at times, and I'm going to rely on the parties to tell me when that limiting instruction has to be given. To avoid confusing the jury, if at all possible, it would be nice if you leave the evidence that is subject to a limiting instruction to the end of a witness's testimony so that I can just say, for example, the rest of this witness's testimony is being admitted for a limited purpose, and then read the limiting instruction contemporaneously. If that's not possible, then again, I'm going to rely on counsel to assist me in informing the jury when the limiting instruction applies. In other words, when it takes effect and when the effect ends or when its application ends. As I understand the law, the limiting instruction will be along the lines of telling the jury that it may consider certain evidence only as to the issues that are raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity, and that the evidence cannot be considered for any other purpose. My understanding of the statutes that address insanity is that there are a couple of different types of evidence that the limiting instruction applies to and must be given with respect to, and that is, number one, evidence acquired directly or indirectly for the first time from a communication derived from the defendant's mental processes during the course of a court order examination pursuant to section 16-8-106, which of course governs the examination and report the court orders when a defendant pleads not guilty by reason of insanity. And number two, evidence that is acquired pursuant to section 16-8-103.6, subsection 2, small a, which governs the waiver of any claim of confidentiality or privilege as to communications that are made by the defendant to a physician or psychologist in the course of an examination or treatment for such mental condition. So, counsel are on notice that I'm expecting them to let me know when they think that instruction should be given. And again, to the extent that they can plan ahead of time so that the testimony or the evidence that the instruction applies to is given at the end of a witness's testimony, I think that makes the most sense. Is there anything we need to take up on behalf of the parties at this time, the prosecution?
Your Honor, unless you're going here, you have something? Your Honor, the court will recall we had a representative from a company called Google come and testify and lay the foundation for a CD that purportedly contains some emails that we would later seek to introduce into evidence. I've got copies of the emails we would like to offer. I have spoken with Ms. Spengler about it. I have copies for her. But in anticipation that there may be some objections to some or all of those emails, with the permission of the court, I'd like to approach and give the court an advance copy so it can do its typical review as it has of the other emails that we've had.
Is there any objection to that procedure, Ms. Spengler? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. All right, what's the objection, Ms. Spengler?
Your Honor, we may address this before or after lunch today.
We may?
I'm asking if we may.
Oh, didn't sound like a question, I'm sorry. When are the people intending to introduce these emails?
Your Honor, possibly this afternoon, if we're able to get through whatever potential objections and arguments that there are. If not, we'd try it after we could do it, probably tomorrow.
All right. And Ms. Spengler, you haven't had a chance to review these emails, or?
Your Honor, excuse me.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've reviewed, I think, a majority of them some time ago, and I'd like the opportunity to review what's been handed to me this morning in order to make any objections that I see fit.
All right. Okay, we'll do it that way then. I'll give you a chance during the break to do that, and then maybe you could tell me what your arguments are at the beginning of the lunch break and give me a chance to review them during the lunch break. Is there anything else on behalf of the people at this time? Ms. Pearson?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, we are anticipating introducing the notebook, perhaps even this morning. I wanted to bring this to the court's attention that we also made copies, which have been authenticated by Sergeant Files for all of the jurors, and I will be asking that Sergeant Files be allowed to read the notebook out loud to the jury. The reason being is that it's an important piece of evidence in this case for both parties. It's written in cursive writing. It can be difficult to read someone else's writing, and we certainly don't ask our jurors how well they read or how, if they have any reading disabilities. And I think that it would be probably more efficient for him to read it out loud to everyone and for them to have a copy to follow along. I've already provided a copy of the notebook to the defense, but of course they've had it in discovery and they've seen the notebook anyway. But I wanted to bring that to the court's attention now in case there was an objection so we didn't have to deal with this when it came up.
Is your intent to distribute copies of the notebook and then to have a witness read it out loud, have the jurors follow along, and then to have the court retrieve all the copies of the notebook back, to retrieve the copies of the notebook from the jurors?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. What's the defense's position?
Judge, I have no objection to distributing copies of the notebook to the jurors. I also would have no objection, frankly, to providing the jurors with a typewritten version of the notebook so that it was easy to read and we didn't have any problems with any reading of the handwriting. The handwriting's pretty easy to read, but I would object to the detective just reading the notebook to the jurors, I think that it's unnecessary. I think that the exhibit speaks for itself, and they can read the notebook and interpret it the way that they see fit. Secondly, Judge, if the court is inclined to allow Detective Files to actually read the notebook into the record, I would ask that it be done so simply like that, and that there not be commentary about what Detective Files thinks the meaning of the notebook is, or what particular parts may refer to in his opinion. But if the court is over my objection going to allow the reading, I'd ask that it just be a straight reading, and then the copies be collected from the jurors and we move on. Thank you.
There are parts in the notebook that are difficult to read, correct?
There are some parts that may be difficult to understand. I don't think that they're difficult to read, and I don't frankly think Detective Files is any better at reading them than any of the rest of us or any of the jurors. So that's in part my objection to his reading them, Judge, is that I think that there may inevitably he may give some interpretation about what he thinks it means, and I think that the exhibit is speaks for itself, and the jurors should be able to interpret what they want from their own reading of it, and not deriving meaning from his inflection or the tone of his voice or the manner in which he reads the notebook. I think that any difficulty in reading part of it is part of what the exhibit is, and the jury is just as capable of evaluating that as Detective Files is.
Ms. Pearson, it's been a while since I reviewed the notebook. Are there parts that are difficult to read, or are there parts that are difficult to understand? Or
There
is it
are
bo-
definitely going
or
to be
both?
some parts that I would say would be difficult to understand, and I think also difficult to read. Not these days, people don't all read cursive writing, and again, we don't ask our jurors if they have any dyslexia or reading disabilities or issues that would cause them to have difficult comprehending it. If the court is not inclined to allow him to read it out loud, and I was not going to ask him to provide commentary or interpretation or anything like that with regard to the notebook, then I would ask that we still be allowed to read a few sections of it, and then that we give the jurors as much time as they want to read the notebook in its entirety. I can tell you reading it out loud takes about 30 minutes. I don't know how long it may take some jurors to read it, but this is an important piece of evidence, and I feel like they do need to have adequate time and ability to be able to go through everything that is in that notebook and then to try to understand it.
What about Mr. King's offer to provide a typewritten version of the notebook? You're not agreeing to that, right?
Well, I've never seen one, and we've not been provided that, and we'd have to have an opportunity to compare that to this. And obviously you lose something because there's a lot of diagrams in this notebook, and a lot of the words are located next to diagrams, and that provides some of the interpretation or explanation of why he's writing what he's writing. And so these are the defendant's words written close in time to the crime that it committed and mailed, directly right before the crime was committed. And so they clearly have an enormous amount of probative value. But I would object to the juror being given a sanitized typewritten version of the notebook.
All right, well, there's no agreement to provide a typewritten version of the notebook, so I'm not gonna allow that. There's also no agreement to have a witness read the notebook in its entirety, and I'm not gonna allow that either. I see this different as the audio tape that was introduced into evidence earlier because Agent Gumbiner was at that interview, and I think he was in a position to review the transcript and say, I believe this is accurate. This is a transcript that I've gone through, having been there myself at the interview, having heard what was said at the interview myself, and having then reviewed the audio tape and the transcript, I can say under oath that this is, in my view or in my opinion, to the best of my ability, an accurate transcript. So in that case, he was in a better position than other people to say what was accurate and what was not, and to be able to assist the jury through the transcript. But in this case, Sergeant Files is in no better position than anyone else to read what's on the notebook. So I don't think it's appropriate to have him read it. I think you run the risk that he may read it differently than perhaps somebody else might read it. Whether it's putting two sentences together when perhaps they were meant to be separate sentences, or whether it's because of voice inflection or whatever else. I don't think it's appropriate for him to read the whole notebook. Having said that, I think it makes sense to give each juror a copy of the notebook, so I will allow that. I think that will make the publication of the notebook more efficient. And without objection, I will allow you to give my staff 24 copies of the notebook so that each juror can follow along. If you would give me a copy as well, please, so that I can follow along, I would appreciate that. And then to the extent that you want to ask Sergeant Files questions about the contents of the notebook, of course, you're entitled to do that, and that's no different than any other exhibit that you may review with a witness, as long as you're not reading the notebook in its entirety and just saying, read it from beginning to end. If you want to ask him questions about different portions of it and have him read different portions of it, I think that's appropriate. If the defense believes that he's reading it wrong or he's misreading it, they can object, and they can also cross-examine. All right? So we'll proceed in that fashion.
And Your Honor, at the end of his testimony, would you then allow the jurors to have time to read the notebook in its entirety?
I will. I think that makes sense, and I think it's appropriate, and it's the most efficient way to publish it, and there's no objection to it in any event. So that's how we'll plan to proceed. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
All right, anything we need to talk about on behalf of the defense?
Just along the lines of the limiting instruction issue that the court brought up.
Yes.
That's my understanding as well, and we will do our best to remind the court when we want that instruction given. I was reviewing the mental health litigation in this case over the weekend, and I actually identified two other limiting instructions that may be appropriate. I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page. There was a limiting instruction that we requested pursuant to the court's order in D-241, which would apply when an expert offers some sort of opinion about Mr. Holmes's credibility or truthfulness. I think that was the instruction that we requested pursuant to the People versus Doxy case, D-O-C-Z-Y. And then the other one was the limiting instruction that we requested pursuant to the court's order D-264A4, that Dr. Reed's statements on the videotape can only be considered for the purpose of allowing the jury to evaluate the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made by Mr. Holmes. So I just wanted to make that record to make sure we were all on the same page.
I'm on the same page. Those are the three instructions that I have here, limiting instructions that may potentially have to be given. And again, I'm going to rely on all of you to tell me when you think one of these, or perhaps more than one of these, needs to be given. You folks are in a much better position to be able to tell me that than I am, because you know what evidence is about to be admitted. I don't know what your plans are. I don't know what your evidence is. I know what your evidence generally is, but I don't know when you're planning on admitting it, or when you're planning on eliciting certain specific testimony. You know that, and so you need to tell me when you think one of these is applicable, okay? All right, anything else on behalf of the defense? No? Ms. Pearson?
Your Honor, do we need a limiting instruction then for the notebook because it was obtained pursuant to the plea of not guilty by reason of insanity?
That would be our request, Judge.
That's fine. I think it makes sense. So that would be the one about, you may consider this evidence only as to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity, correct? Yes. And
yes.
Everyone's nodding their head yes. Thank you. All right, please remind me. And the way I would like to do it is to be reminded of it right when you admit the evidence, or right after, as you're admitting it, to say, Judge, this would be a good time for you to give the limiting instruction. And then that'll tell me if it's a different limiting instruction, then maybe you can identify it by saying the limiting instruction on the issue related to Dr. Reed's statements, or the limiting instruction related to credibility. And perhaps you can identify this one as the limiting instruction related to the not guilty by reason of insanity plea, something along those lines. That way I know which one you're talking about. If there's an objection at any point, about a request to provide a limiting instruction, either because the other party doesn't believe a limiting instruction is appropriate, or because the other party believes that a different limiting instruction may be appropriate, either in addition to that one or instead of that one, then let me know and we will take it up, okay? We'll take it up here at the bench outside the presence of the jury. All right, anything else? No? Before we bring the jury in, let's go off the record for just a moment. Joyce, my real time's not working. No, it's off. Okay, all right, thank you. All right, let's bring the jury in, please. Yeah. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has joined us again. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I hope you had a great Memorial Day weekend. Yes. Good. It's good to have you back. The prosecution may call its next witness at this time. Ms. Pearson.
Your Honor, the people call Antoinette Muniz.
Good morning. Could I have you raise your right hand for me so that I can administer an oath? You solemnly swear or affirm on a penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name for the record, and please spell your first, middle, and last names?
My name is Antoinette R. Muniz, Antoinette, A-N-T-O-I-N-E-T-T-E, Muniz, M-U-N-I-Z.
And you say your middle initial was R?
R.
Okay. Ms. Pearson, you may proceed.
Ms. Muniz, in July of 2012, where were you working?
I was working for the Anschutz Medical Center, Mail Center.
What did you do there?
What I did is U.S. Post Office, sorting out mail for the campus.
How did the mail center operate? Was it like a post office?
Yes.
Do you recall on Monday, July 23rd of 2012, being asked to search for a particular package?
Yes, I do.
Tell us what you were asked to search for.
We were asked to search for a certain package, a yellow package. So a coworker and I were searching for this package, and
Did it have a particular person's name on it? Were you directed to find?
yes,
Do you remember who the name of the package was that the package was addressed to?
they asked us to look for the name of Lynn Fenton.
Was that the name of a person that you were familiar with?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
I believe she was a psychiatrist for the Anschutz Medical Center.
How many people were involved in looking for this package?
8,
And who were the people who were searching?
they were my coworkers.
All people who worked in the mailroom?
Exactly.
Do you recall what time of day you began the search?
This was early morning.
And do you recall how long it took you to find the package?
It took about 15 to 30 minutes, 15 minutes to 30 minutes.
What kind of areas or what did you have to search in order to find it?
We were searching into trays of letters and tubs of mail.
Now, this was a Monday.
Yes.
Is mail delivered by the CU mailroom to places on campus during the weekend?
Yes,
Is mail received at the CU mailroom on Saturdays from the post office?
yes,
Is your mailroom closed on Saturdays and Sundays?
yes, it is closed on Saturdays and Sundays.
So it's closed on Saturdays and Sundays?
Yes,
So no mail is then received on Saturdays or Sundays at that?
correct.
Did you find the package that you'd been asked to search for?
Yes, I did.
You recall what it looked like?
It was about 8.5 by 11 manila folder.
What did you do with it when you located it?
I handed it over to Officer Mercius.
Was he one of the CU police officers?
Yes,
Was there another coworker who was helping you search, who was standing by you?
yes, her name was Abby. She's my coworker.
Did you actually find the package or did she find it?
She found it.
Was she standing next to you when she located it?
Yes,
And when you found this package, did it have a name on the envelope?
it did, yes.
Who was it addressed to?
To Lynn Fenton.
Do you recall if there was a return address or not?
I don't recall that.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Is there any cross-examination?
No, thank you.
And the jury does not have any questions for this witness. May this witness be released from her subpoena, Ms. Pearson?
She may.
Without objection.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please.
The people call James Mercius.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Solemnly swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I swear. All right, please be seated. Please tell us your full name for the record and spell your first, middle, and last names.
James Elias Mercius, James Elias Myrsiades.
All right, thank you. Please move the microphone so that it's closer to your mouth. Make sure we can all hear you. Thank you. Ms. Pearson, you may proceed.
Mr. Mercius, in July of 2012, where did you work?
I worked for the University of Colorado Denver Police Department.
What did you do for them?
I was the patrol division commander.
How long had you been at CU?
At that time, about 15 years.
I want to turn your attention to Monday, July 23rd of 2012. Do you recall being asked to search for a package on that day?
Yes,
Who was the package addressed to that you were trying to locate?
it was addressed to Dr. Lynn Fenton.
Is that a person that you were familiar with at the University of Colorado?
Yes,
Was she one of the psychiatrists who worked there?
yes.
How did you begin the process of trying to find this package? Where did you search?
We conducted a search in the university facilities building, the postal room.
Who did you have do the search?
Facilities postal employees.
Did you tell them what kind of package to search for?
Yes,
How long did the search take to complete?
approximately 30 minutes.
What kind of areas did people have to search in order to find this?
There were bins on the floor where all the incoming mail comes. They were searching through those bins.
Had the mail for Monday arrived at the point that you began the search?
I don't recall. I'm not really sure.
Did you normally spend too much time in the mail room?
No.
Now, some of us have an image of what mail rooms at post offices look like. Did the mail room at CU look like that? Were there a lot of containers full of mail?
Yes.
Do you recall ultimately a package being handed to you?
Yes.
Do you know who handed it to you?
Yes, Miss Muniz.
Was she somebody who worked at the mailroom?
She is a facilities postal employee.
What did the package look like?
It was probably about an 8x11 bubble envelope.
What color was it?
I don't recall. I believe white.
Who was it addressed to?
It was addressed to Dr. Lynn Fenton.
When the package was handed to you, what did you do with it?
I looked at it, recognized, looked at the names on it. I immediately set it down, and I called it out on the radio, and then I called for an evacuation of the building.
And why did you do that?
It's for safety measures. The bomb squad was on scene, and that was just a procedure at that time.
Did bomb squad arrive to deal with the package?
Yes,
Were you present while they were looking at it?
I was not. I had left the room, and they came in with their robot and equipment. And
Do you have any idea how long it took for the bomb squad to complete their viewing of the package?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
I don't recall exactly how long it was.
Once the bomb squad had finished with the package, what happened to it next?
Once they had finished, we came back into the area, and there were discussions about what was going to happen with the envelope. At some point, Chief Abraham.
And I don't want you to talk
Okay.
about what anybody told you,
All
so. Did you end up staying with the package during some of the day?
Yes,
Was there anybody else there with you?
yes.
And who were the people who were with you?
While I was there was Chief Doug Abraham, Detective Alton Reed, Doug Hayes,
Some CU police officers as
and
well
some
as,
Aurora.
as
Yes.
well as Aurora police officers?
Yes.
When you left the package, who was there at the time that you left?
When I left, Officer Dale McCauley and Detective Reed were there.
And was Officer McCauley a CU police officer?
Yes,
And Detective Reed, did he work for the Aurora Police Department?
yes.
Thank you. I don't have any additional questions.
Any cross-examination, Mr. King?
Judge, I just have a couple questions. May I do it from here?
You may.
Sir, when you were asked to look for this package, your instructions were to look for any packages addressed to Dr. Lynn Fenton, Dr. Robert Feinstein, or any packages sent by a Mr. James Holmes. Is that right?
Yes,
When you said the bomb squad had already been deployed to that area. Is that right?
yes, they were on campus for another package.
Okay. And you said that after you located the package, you set it down and you sent out a radio call. Is that right?
Yes,
And the protocol at that point in time would be to have the bomb squad check out the package to make sure it was safe before anybody opened it up or did anything with it. Is that right?
yes,
And when the bomb squad had done their procedures, they determined that the package was safe, and it was then that you all had the discussion about what you were going to do with it. Is that right?
yes.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
All right, is there any redirect, Ms. Pearson?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. And the jury does not appear to have any questions for this witness. May this witness be released from his subpoena?
You may.
Without objection.
All right, thank you, sir. Call your next witness, please.
Brooke Cowden.
Good morning. Could I have you raise your right hand so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm on a penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names?
My name is Brooke Channing Cowden, Brooke, Channing, Channing, Cowden, Cowden.
Ms. Tisch-McGuire, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Hi.
Were you at the Century 16 movie theater on July 19th of 2012 in Aurora, Colorado?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that go into the early morning of July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Could you please tell the jury about what you remember about the day of July 19th prior to going to the movie theater that day?
The day of July 19th, we were at my dad's house. My parents were divorced for a long time, but we saw them both regularly.
Can you tell the jury your mom and your dad's name?
My mom's name is Melissa Cowden, Melisa Cowden, Cowden, and my dad is Gordon Cowden.
Could you spell Gordon for us?
Gordon, where Ware, Cowden, Cowden.
Right. Can you continue telling the jury about what you remember about that day?
So my little sister, Sierra Cowden, Cierra, and I were just at my dad's house. I was baking all day long for this tea party that my older sister, Kristen, Kristin, we were going to have the following day. We had peanut butter blondies with strudel that my dad and I ate that strudel out of a Tupperware. And then Christian left at some point in the day to go to Fort Collins to see The Dark Knight Rises premiere there with friends. Later in the day we went, my dad wanted to go running, so I elected that we go to Utah Park, and we did so. And
Judge, I'm going to interject an objection to 401 and 403.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Right. At some point in time, did you decide to go to the movie theater that day?
yeah, so we were gonna go see Moonrise Kingdom somewhere around 7 o'clock, but we missed that because my dad and I were running, so we had gone to the Aurora Library and then to the theater to check how crowded it was around sometime after 8 o'clock. And when we walked in, it wasn't too busy. There was just a group of like teenagers sitting out. So we approached and bought tickets.
What'd you do after you bought tickets for the theater?
After we bought tickets, we went back to our house where we just kind of ate our own thing for dinner. And I sat at my dad's desk and looked out at him on the front porch.
Excuse me, objection, 401, 403.
Sustained.
What time did you go back to the theater that night?
Later than I had wanted. I wanted to go early to try to get seats, so we left about 10:45 or so.
What'd you do when you got to the movie theater that night, the second time?
We parked with a theater behind you and Aurora Mall in front of you, like left diagonal of the entrance, and went on in, and it was still not crowded, so we went through the line poles and went to a young guy who took our tickets, and my dad had to look in his pocket for them and then pulled out his wallet that had his...
Objection, Your Honor, 401, 403.
I'm going to sustain it. Sustain.
What theater number did you go into that night?
I don't know how much attention I was paying to the theater number, but it was 9, and I was just going like by directions or the sign above the theater door.
How'd you go find your seats in the theater that night?
We came in through the left wing if you're looking at the like theater screen, and it was about halfway full. And we just typically like sat in stadium seating, so we just started rising up the steps and just picked a row. My dad wanted to sit closer to the aisle.
Objection, Your Honor, 401, 403.
Overruled.
My dad wanted to sit closer to the aisle seat, but in that same row, I said it's gonna fill up anyway, so I moved him just a couple seats down. Moved all of us down.
What do you recall doing while you were waiting for the movie to begin that night?
People watching and eavesdropping on the conversation in front of us. I was watching a woman come in, or a young teenage girl come in like a Catwoman costume, and watched a theater employee come in and kind of scan us, and then a woman with a baby in a blanket came in, and I gave some remark to my little sister. And at some point my dad asked me if I had my phone, and I said no and asked why. and he said just to text hi.
What happened during the movie that night?
After the previews and everything, there were a couple scenes, and then Catwoman was stealing pearls, and I think the next scene was just about to begin at that point.
What do you recall happening during that scene in the movie?
During the Catwoman scene,
In your theater? What happened in your theater during that scene in the movie?
in the right-hand corner, there just kind of appeared a figure, and it seemed like he was in a doorway because there was just light all behind him. And it was a very broad, large figure, completely in black, and it seemed like his limbs and his chest and everything was almost blocky or like just broadened a lot.
What do you recall after seeing that figure?
A canister of gas was thrown like towards the left, like exit behind us, kind of in that direction. And its like tail of gas was lit up by the theater screen.
What do you recall happening after that?
There was a very loud bang, and I don't remember it all getting onto the floor, but I was laying with my stomach flat, with my right arm close to my body and my left around my head. And my head was closer to the left aisle and my feet were kind of behind.
What do you remember while you were on the ground happening in the theater?
Listening to these loud bangs, and that's not a good enough description for the force and the volume that they were. And at one point, I turned my head up to see these like sparks kind of towards the projector, but above my head, and they were like red or orange. And I started to feel like a stinging or some sort of something like obstructing my airway. And I was wearing a black and gold scarf, so I put it to my mouth.
What do you recall after putting that scarf to your mouth?
After that, I just started getting this very calm, kind of serene sensation that I was going to die.
Your Honor, 403, 401.
Overruled?
Sorry, could you say that last part again?
Yeah, I was lying there, just everything was still going on, but within my own body, I felt like it was very calm. If I was going to shut down, I was going to be done, and I was under the impression that I would be shot through my chest. I didn't.
Same objection, Your Honor, 401, 403.
All right, move on, Mr. McGuire.
How old were you that night in the theater on July 19th, 2012?
I was 17 years old.
How old was your sister, Sierra?
Sierra was 16.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 4716.
Yes?
Ms. Cowden, do you recognize the person in that photograph?
That is my dad.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit People's Exhibit 4716.
Any objection?
No objection.
With that objection, it is admitted.
If I could please have 4716. Is this a picture of your dad?
I think I may have actually taken this on a hike that my sisters and my dad and I went on.
Thank you very much. So, Ms. Cowden, you were telling the jury about how you were on the ground, what you were hearing. What do you remember after that?
Still lying on the ground while I was expecting either the gas or a bullet, my attention turned to my dad saying, "I love you."
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay, 401, 403.
Sustained.
And then there
Move to
was a
strike, excuse
pause
me.
in the bullet. Sorry.
I sustain the objection. I've given the jury an instruction about my rulings when I sustain objections. The jury understands that. Move on.
After you remember hearing that, what do you remember happening next in the theater?
I was saying Dad, but I stood up because there was a pause in the bullets, and just moving towards that left aisle and abandoning my dad, just leaving him and going to the stairs.
What do you recall doing when you went down the stairs?
Down the stairs, Sierra was close to my left at this point, and we started down. And the stairs are like longer, wider ones, and then shorter. And upon one of these longer ones was what I thought a female body, like her torso coming out from the aisle, and her face was bloodied, and I couldn't really distinguish any of her features because she was so bloody.
Object at this point to 401 and 403.
Overruled.
You may continue, Ms. Cowden.
So this woman was on the stairs, and Sierra tried to pause. She didn't want to step over her, and I just commanded her to go. And so we kept going down and around the left exit and just got to the lobby where I realized she wasn't right next to me, and I looked back and called her name. And then we bolted through doors that were being held open at that point.
Your Honor, at this time, with the court's permission, I would ask Ms. Cowden to be able to approach the 3D model.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Cowden, I'm going to ask you to grab a cordless microphone that should be up on the witness stand. All right, Ms. Cowden, is that on? If you could please show the jury where you and your sister Sierra and your dad were seated that evening.
So we were approximately along like these seats.
And could you show them in which seat you were, in which seat Sierra was, and which seat your dad was?
So I was closest to the center, and then to my left was Sierra, and to her left was my dad.
Right, and where was it that you saw that figure first come into the theater that evening?
It was down like right along this exit area.
All right, and where was it that you saw that canister go across the theater?
Like coming along this direction, probably towards like these seats.
All right, and where did you see flashes while you were in the theater?
We were sitting back here, it was just like right over my head, a little maybe behind me, but close to like straight over my head.
Can you show the jury how you got out of the theater that evening?
We came down these stairs, past the woman, and then out this like left exit the way we had come.
Thank you very much. You can take your seat again. What happened when you got out into the parking lot?
Out into the parking lot, Sierra and I just kept running in that like left diagonal to, I think it was like a silver compact car, where we hid behind or like to the opposite side of it because we were under the impression that someone may just come out and start shooting there.
Do you recall anything else about the parking lot that evening?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance, 403.
Would counsel please approach? The objection is sustained. You may proceed.
Were you transported to Gateway High School early that morning of July 20th of 2012?
We were transported because I couldn't contact my mother or father.
Objection, Your Honor, 401, 403.
Overruled.
Some people had started taking their cars at that point, but there were 2 RTDs at least, and one was for missing people. So we got on that one and went down to Gateway, where I still didn't know if a shooter was loose and if I'd be
Objection, Your
shot.
Honor, 401, 403.
Sustained.
What happened when you got to Gateway High School?
We got to Gateway High School, we stayed on the bus temporarily, and then like everybody needed to use the restroom. Someone mentioned that the tear gas may.
Your Honor, hearsay, 401, 403.
Sustained.
At some point, did you get interviewed at Gateway High School?
Yeah, after sitting in the gym for a while with Sierra, we were both taken back to the front of the school where they took our information and assigned us a number, and it was 21 for me, and they took our pictures, and I just watched Sierra walk all the way down the hall away from me.
What time did you leave Gateway High School that morning?
Objection and relevance.
Overruled.
After like hours of sitting, making unanswered phone calls,
Your Honor, 401, 403.
Sustained, and it's non-responsive. I think the question was, at what time did you leave Gateway High School that morning? And I think it's been, the first part of the answer was responsive after like hours of sitting, and then the rest of it was non-responsive. So the rest of it is stricken as non-responsive. Go ahead.
Do you recall watching the sunrise that morning?
yes, over my dad's neighborhood.
Excuse me, relevance in 403.
Overruled.
What time did you leave Gateway High School?
It was around 10 or 10:30 that we would be driven in police car back to my dad's house.
What happened when you got to your dad's house?
Objection to relevance.
Mr. McGuire.
You know, she's talking about how she learns about her father.
Overruled.
What happened when you got back to your house?
They brought a police officer to try to pick the lock in. My dad still had the keys, so I had to break in through our window, we had a victim's advocate named Wanda with us at that point, and the police officer dropped us off. And I received phone calls from my brother and aunt and had to.
Objection, Your Honor, 401, 403.
Sustained.
Ms. Cowden, were you ever notified of your father's death?
The hospital list kept coming back without his name, and then
Your Honor, I'm sorry, 401, 403.
It's not non-responsive, so the objection is sustained. Ask your question again.
Were you ever notified of your father's death?
a victim's advocate was assigned to her family who would tell us. I was in my mother's bedroom at this point. I was not awake when they came at 10:30, I think, on July 20th. I don't remember ever specifically being sat down and told that he's dead.
But you've never seen your father again since
No.
the night of July 20th, 2012?
No, ma'am.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, is there any cross-examination?
No, there's not.
And the jury does not appear to have any questions. May this witness be released from our subpoena?
Please, thank you, Your Honor.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please.
The people called Denzel Lucans.
Good morning. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. Please be seated. Please tell us your full name for the record and spell your first, middle, and last names.
Denzel Clay Lucans, Denzel Clay Lukens.
All right, Ms. Pearson, you may proceed.
Mr. Lucans, who were you working for in July of 2012?
The Adams County Sheriff's Office,
How long had you worked there at that point?
27 years.
What were your duties?
I was deputy sheriff assigned to the K-9 unit in the bomb squad.
On July 23rd of 2012, a Monday, were you asked to respond to the CU Medical Center, the Anschutz campus?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And for what kind of duties?
For the bomb squad on a request to assist with the suspicious package.
Did you do that?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Do you recall what time you got to the medical center?
It was it was about 7:30 in the morning.
What were you asked to do when you got there?
First was asked to investigate a Federal Express envelope at outside a door of an office. We would.
And whose office was that?
It was one of the psychiatrists at the hospital.
Do you recall her name?
No, I do not.
Was it Lynn Fenton?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, that package that you first were asked to look at, did that end up having anything to do with what you were ultimately asked to search for?
No, ma'am, it did not.
Were you later asked to look for another package?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that package also directed to Lynn Fenton?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Did you have information about who it had been sent by?
Yes, ma'am.
Who had it been sent by?
James Holmes. I'm sorry. James Holmes.
Were you notified at some point that a package had in fact been located that was addressed to Lynn Fenton and was from James Holmes?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what time that was?
We were advised about it around noon.
What did you do then?
We loaded our equipment from the first scene, drove just down the campus to the mailroom, and got briefed and started setting up our equipment for the second package.
When you say setting up your equipment, what do you mean?
Judge, I'm going to object to the relevance of this testimony. This package didn't contain any hazardous material. I just don't see the relevance.
The objection is overruled. Sir, I'm gonna ask you to get the microphone closer to you so that we can all hear you. Thank you. Go ahead.
When you talk about setting up your equipment, what do you mean?
We have a large bomb vehicle that has all of our robot X-ray equipment, any other equipment we'd need. We have protective equipment that we wear. So we have to stage our area, secure our perimeter, and make the area safe for us before we begin our examination of the suspicious item.
Why did you feel that was necessary for this package?
There was concerns from the University Police calling us that it could be a hazardous package.
So did you see the package initially?
No, I did not.
When did you first see it?
The first time I saw the package was on the monitor from a robot. My partner, Sergeant James Gerderman, operated the robot to recover the package.
So let's take a step back. So where was the package at the time that you began your looking at it or searching it to see if in fact it was hazardous?
There's a package back in the sorting room. We were told where the package was. We staged an area in an open area where we're going to remove the package with the robot, set the package up into this open space area where we could have more room to work with it. So my job was to, once the package was brought in, to physically go down and inspect the package.
How did you go about doing that?
First thing we did is we pre-staged a X-ray film. The package was put in place by the robot. Once it was put in place, I had to go down and manually operate the X-ray. Once the X-ray goes off, then I can safely go back in, remove the X-ray film, and then we examine the X-ray film.
When you examined the X-ray film, what did you see?
We saw spiral and pages. We saw nothing else. It's not a clear picture, but it's a black and white haze, and you can see that there was a metal spiral and then the size of a notebook.
So based on what you observed there, were you able to conclude that there wasn't anything hazardous about this package?
We conclude that there was no explosive hazard. There was no batteries, no wires, no ignition source, but we weren't sure of any other bio or chemical hazards.
So what did you do to make sure that it was safe with regard to those things?
The first thing we did was the robot was equipped with sensors for radiation, so we knew it wasn't any kind of a nuclear hazard or anything like that. We had a vent hood that was supplied by the FBI. The vent hood has gloves that you can put your hand into, examine to contain anything that might escape when you open the package.
How big is this vent hood that we're talking about?
Oh, it's about 24 inches square on the bottom. It comes up kind of like a tent. It has Ziploc enclosures, so you can Ziploc your item in it. And it has rubber gloves. You can reach in and manipulate the items that you're inspecting.
Is it an opaque or clear?
It's clear.
Can you see through it?
You can. It's like looking through a clear plastic bag.
And you said now you could put your hands into it and manipulate an item that's inside of it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you in fact do that?
Yes, ma'am.
So what did you do to the package once it was inside the vent hood?
We pre-staged in the vent hood the tools I'd need. We had a pair of scissors. We had evidence envelopes, some wipes with bleach. Once I placed the package into the hood, sealed it up, I used a pair of scissors to open the envelope up. Once I removed the item out of the envelope, I could see that there was some burnt edges inside the book. And there was some currency that was slipping out that you could see was burnt around the edges. I inspected around the edges of the paper, and I could see that none of the paper was burnt. It was just the currency that was burnt. In the hood, we also had sensors that was doing air samples for any kind of bio or chemical reaction. And I could see that those readings were negative, were 0. So I went ahead and put the items into the evidence bag, sealed up the evidence bag, wiped that with bleach, put it into a second evidence bag, and sealed that up.
The evidence bags that you're talking about, what do they look like?
They're basically a Ziploc baggie. They secure the package and contain anything that might be put in them.
Now, you said that you'd seen some burned currency
Yes, ma'am.
coming out of it. What did you do with that?
I, as it all complete inside the book, put it into the evidence bag with the packaging.
Was everything still contained within the original packaging?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall what the original packaging of what the notebook looked like? What the original packaging of
The
it
outside
was?
packaging was like a bubble wrap mail pack.
So you put everything back in the bubble wrap, put the bubble wrap in plastic and seal it up.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do with it once you'd sealed it up?
I left it in the vent hood. Communicated through the robot, was there anything else they wanted to have done? And I removed my hands from the gloves and left the scene there.
Was there anybody else inside the room where the vent hood was at the point when you left?
No. No, I was all by myself for the, until after it was declared clear, I was by myself.
Who did you leave the package with when you finished with it?
Once we turned the scene over to the campus police, and there was some uniform officers. I'm not sure who physically took control of that scene, but we turned it over to the campus police.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Is there any cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
All right, and the jury does not appear to have any questions for this witness. May this witness be released from his subpoena?
He may.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please.
William Davage, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sir, good morning. Now have you raise your right hand so that I can administer an oath. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony about you will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. All right, please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name for the record and spell your first, middle, and last names?
William J. Davage, William Davitch.
And you said your middle initial is J?
J.
All right. Mr. Orman, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, can you please tell us what you do for a living?
I'm an FBI agent.
What's your duty assignment?
I am assigned to
Hey,
the.
Can we just hold it for 1 second? I'm removing this box.
In the meantime, sir, can you please move the microphone closer to you so that everyone can hear you? Thank you.
What's your duty assignment?
I'm assigned to the counter IED section in the Critical Incident Response Group in Quantico, Virginia.
Did you have any involvement in searching the defendant's apartment at 1690 Paris Street, number 10, on July 21st, 2012?
I did.
Can you please explain what your involvement was in that procedure?
I was responsible primarily for searching the kitchen area of the apartment.
Did that also include, at least to some extent, the area associated with that kitchen table?
Yes, it did. The area extending from the kitchen towards the wall where the small table was located.
Did that area that you searched get designated a letter for a room?
I believe it was B.
And why do you designate different rooms, A, B, and so forth?
So you can associate a piece of evidence with a particular location, and if there's multiple rooms, each of those rooms are assigned a number or letter.
If I showed you items of evidence, would you be able to tell me whether these were items that you in fact collected from the defendant's apartment?
I can.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask to show some photographs as I do this to put all where these are located in context.
All right.
First one I want to show you is what I've marked as People's Exhibit 893. Do you recognize what's been marked as Exhibit 893?
I do.
And I believe there's also an 894 in there, or is that all 893? I'm sorry.
It appears to all be 893.
What is that?
It is an apartment rental agreement for 2012, 2011, and then associated lead-based paint disclosures for the rental, a document from the rental company, and then small receipts for what looks like $5.99 for rent for that apartment.
And is there also a business card?
And there's also a business card for Holly Realty and Management, LLC.
We could please put up Exhibit 2499, which has been admitted. What are we looking at there?
The same documents.
And is that showing where you located it in the apartment?
Yes, it's in a drawer in the kitchen.
Your Honor, a move to admit 893.
Is there any objection to P-TR-893?
May we approach briefly?
Yes. All right, Mr. Orman, you may proceed as you and Ms. Spengler agreed at the bench.
Thank you. Can we please put up 2499 again? All right, now, we're looking at the paperwork there. Would you, maybe a little bit creased or something, but would you say it's clean?
Yes,
And when you look at the paperwork there, does it appear to have been processed for fingerprints?
it does.
And that makes it sort of a little bit dirty?
It does.
But this is the way in the photograph it appeared at the time you collected it?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I would renew my motion to admit 893.
With that additional record, is there any objection?
There's not.
Without objection, P-TR-893 is admitted.
If we could please put up a photo, Exhibit 2381, which has been admitted. I'm showing you what's had been admitted as Exhibit 2381. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that a photograph of?
is a photograph of the trash can located next to the refrigerator in the kitchen.
Did you search that trash can?
I did.
And if I showed you items, would you be able to tell me whether they were items collected from the trash can?
Yes.
I'm going to approach, Your Honor, after I show to council with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 842, 843, 844, 845, 846, 848, and 849. It does not include 847. Please take a look at those, and when you're done, tell me whether or not those are all items that you collected from the trash.
They are.
Move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-842 through 846 inclusive and P-TR-848 and 849 are admitted.
Now, we're going to get the jury a chance to handle those in a little bit, but with this picture up here, and can we zoom in on just the trash can a little bit there, please? I just want to ask you what each of those individual items are. So if we could go to 841, what is that? And you know what, why don't you just take those individual plastic things off of that thing, just so you can handle them.
Each one
Yeah,
separately.
yeah. So what is 841?
841 is 2 containers of Alliant powder, Reloader 15, smokeless rifle powder.
And you say containers, are those empty containers?
Yes.
And then 842, what is that?
842 are 2 containers of Hodgdon HS6 pistol shotgun powder containers.
Again, empty?
Yes.
Let me interject for just a moment, Mr. Orman. Initially, you said you were approaching with P-TR-842 through 846, and then 848 and 849. I did not hear 841.
That was my mistake, Your Honor. Include 841 and move to admit.
All right, is there any objection to P-TR-841?
No objection.
All right, without objection, that is admitted.
So what is 843?
843 is the Science Company container indicating ammonium chloride.
844?
.844 are 3 caps from some type of container.
845?
Are bags and labels for quick fuse fireworks.
846?
Bags and labels for safety fuse.
848, and that one you may have to look at closely.
It is a cardboard piece of paper indicating magnesium ribbon.
If we could please put up photograph 2124. I'm sorry, maybe that's 2424. If I could have a second, Your Honor, my notes are apparently mistaken.
Yes.
Uh, 2453. See in this photograph 3 rolls of tape.
I do.
Did you collect those rolls of tape?
I did.
And I'm going to approach, Your Honor, with what's been marked as 872, 873, and 874. Do you recognize those items?
I do.
And what is that?
One roll of gray Scotch duct tape, one small roll of Scotch tape in its dispenser, and then one roll of blue duct tape.
And are those the items depicted in this photograph that were found on the desk?
Yes.
Move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-A72 through 874 inclusive are admitted. Mr. Orman, let me follow up on a previous exhibit, make sure that that my notes are accurate.
Yep.
You did move to admit P-TR-849, correct? That was within the group?
It was, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just wanted to
I just
make
didn't
sure.
ask him a specific question
That's
about it.
fine.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. That's been admitted. And now P-TR-A72 through 874 inclusive are admitted.
If we could please put up photograph 2467. What is this depicting? And then 2468.
It's the floor area near the dining room table, and it shows a dust mask, a wire, a pair of safety glasses, and some black plastic.
So a dust mask and a pair of safety glasses, was that it next to the desk or the table?
Yes,
Did you collect those?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm going to approach with what has been marked for identification as 852.
Okay?
Is that in fact the dust mask and safety goggles that you collected from the defendant's apartment?
It is.
Your Honor, move to admit.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-852 is admitted.
If we could please put up exhibit 2440. What are we looking at there? And 2441.
A drawer in the kitchen with some files and
Did
some
you-
other kitchen utensils.
Did you collect those files?
I did.
And I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 839. I've shown it to counsel. Are those the files you collected?
Yes, they are.
Move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-839 is admitted.
I want to go back to the table now, and I want to show you, let's take a look at a photograph, 2464, please. And what is that?
A can of black spray paint.
Did you collect that?
I did.
And if we could also take a look at 2466, please. What are we looking at there?
A bag with some small metal clips
And where was that?
on the small dining room table next to the tape.
And in fact, when we see those things up in the upper left-hand corner, is that the duct tape and that sort of aqua tape?
That's correct.
I'm going to approach, Your Honor, with 850 and 851.
All right.
We can take that down. What is 850?
850 is a can of flat black Krylon spray paint.
Move to admit 850, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
P-TR-850 is admitted.
And what is 851?
The small metal clips, 3 of them.
Move to admit, Your Honor.
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-851 is admitted.
And let's go back to the table now. If we can please put up 2477. And 2478. And 2479. And 2480. So these are photographs of a bunch of little plastic things that are sort of circular with a line off of them. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you collect those?
I did.
I'm going to approach with 854, Your Honor.
All right.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
They are the same black plastic items depicted in the photo.
Move to admit, Your Honor.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-854 is admitted.
Sticking with the table, if we could please put up photograph 2443, please. Now, this sort of gives us a little bit of an overview of the table. Is that the tape you can see in the middle there?
Yes, it is.
Now, off to the left is something that looks like a crowbar, but on top of that is these little tubes wrapped in string. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you collect those?
I did.
Now, was that the state it was in the time you collected it, all wrapped in string in kind of a hexagonal or pattern?
Yes.
I'm going to approach with People's Exhibit 895, Your Honor.
Yes.
Taking a look at that, is that the same item except taken apart?
Yes, it is.
Move to admit, Your Honor.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-895 is admitted.
Excuse me, Your Honor, I just want to make sure I get the right photograph up.
Okay.
behind the table, when you collected evidence, did you observe something that looked like a destroyed electronic item?
I did.
And what did that appear to you to be when you collected it?
It was the remains of a electronic firing system.
If we could please put up 2386. And is that part of it right there, 2386?
It is.
And did you actually collect that item?
Yes.
I'm going to approach, Your Honor, with People's Exhibit 888.
Okay.
And what is that we're looking at?
That's the top of the firing system box.
Move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-888 is admitted.
Did you also collect other portions of that device that appear to essentially have been parts of it that got blown off?
Yes.
And where were those located?
They were also in the kitchen area.
I'm going to approach, Your Honor, with People's Exhibit 889, 891, 890. Are 890, 891, and, I'm sorry, 888, 890, 889, and 890, the other portions of that device?
Mr. Orme, 888 has been admitted. I think you meant 889, 890, and 891.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, that is correct. Are those all portions of that device?
They are.
Move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-889 through 891 inclusive are admitted.
I want to go back to the table and some items from the table. And if we could put up, please, 2458. And what are we looking at there?
Some lids and a lighter, a pair of tools in the back.
And then if we go to 2455, get a broader view. All right, do you see on this table here, that lighter, some other items, including off to the left, what appear to be some electrical motors, some items around that tool with the yellow handles, and similar items?
I do. And a file on the left.
Did you,
And a file to the left.
all right, did you collect that lighter?
I did.
Did you collect the, see with the tool, there's like a wire with some alligator clips, did you collect that?
Yes,
Did you collect those electric motors?
I believe so.
And did you collect the crowbar that you can see in the other photograph?
I did.
And in fact, other tools as well, including those yellow snips?
I did.
I'm going to approach, Your Honor, with People's Exhibit 855, 856, 857, and 858.
Okay.
Can you please take a look at 855 and tell me what that is?
It is a Ozark Trail lighter.
Is that the lighter that you collected from the table?
It is.
856, what is that?
It is the wire with alligator clips attached.
Collect that from the table?
I did.
857.
The two electric motors
And 858.
is the crowbar.
And does also include a file, needle nose pliers, and the shears?
It does.
All collected from the table?
Yes.
Move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, P-TR-855 through 858 inclusive are admitted.
I want to ask you about collecting some items that were identified as launch control refill packs. Did you see anything that looked like that?
I did.
If we could please put up 2383. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, it is.
And then 2384. Is that just the same thing with an evidence placard there?
That's correct.
Did you collect those items?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm going to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 882, 883, 884, 885, 886, and 887. And also, I want to ask you before I do that, do you see sort of up right underneath the plan a little control, a little remote control? If we could zoom in, so there's that, the higher launch controller, and then there's a small device to the left of it. Yeah, that'll work. See what I'm talking about?
Yes,
In the
I
middle
do.
there. Did you collect
Gray-
that as well?
Gray and black, yes.
Are those the launch control refill packs and that remote control that you collected?
They are.
Move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-882 through 887 inclusive are admitted.
We're going to go off the table, but it's on sort of a similar type of object I want to ask you about. If we could please put up photograph 2444, please. And I'm going to zoom in a little bit with the next photograph, or at least show a placard, 2445. Do you see that with the 41 there?
I do.
And then 2447. Is that yet a closer photograph of that?
It is.
What is that?
It is a box that contained a bunch of igniters.
For some type of fireworks system?
Yes.
I'm going to approach Your Honor with 881.
All right?
Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
It is a box of Talon premium electric igniters.
Move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-881 is admitted.
I've got about 5 or 6 more of these, Your Honor, and I think that shouldn't take more than a few more minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to move to the kitchen now, the kitchen area. Specifically, I want to ask you about the stove. Did you collect items from around the stove?
I did.
And if we could please take a look at 2455, please. All right, 24. Actually, if we look at 2436, just to get an overview. And then that's part of the kitchen with the sink and whatnot.
It is.
And then 2426. Does that show the stove?
It does.
Now, did you collect, there's two pans there. One of them appears to have a couple of paintbrushes with it, and the other is a pan to the right. Did you collect those pans?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm going to approach the witness with People's Exhibits 859, 860, and 861.
Okay.
With that picture up there, let me ask you about 859. Is the item that is depicted on the right-hand side, that right-hand pan, 859?
Yes, it is.
Move to admit 859, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, it is admitted.
Let's talk about 860 and 861. Did you collect that other pan with those brushes in it?
I did.
And would that be 861?
The pan is 861 and the two brushes are 860.
Move to admit 860 and 861.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-DR-860 and 861 are admitted.
Now, you can see in the pan there, in the photograph, if we can actually zoom in on that left-hand pan, please. There's some debris. Do you see the debris?
I do.
And if you can take a look at the bag, that plastic bag that 861 is in, can you see any of that debris associated with the pan still?
A little bit of it, yes.
What does it appear to you to be?
Well, the material on the end of the brushes looks like it's glued.
Actually, I'm just asking you at this point what the white sort of material appears to you to be.
It's like a waxy, glue-like material, I guess.
Look similar to styrofoam?
Yeah.
I'd like to, if we could please put up $24.38. What are we looking at there?
Picture of bags inside one of the kitchen cupboards.
And if we could also take a look at 2439, please. And is that just sort of a kind of a blurry photograph of what those bags were?
Yeah, I believe they contain little pieces of bar stock metal.
And did they have a label on them?
I don't recall if they did.
Okay. If I could show you what I've marked as People's Exhibit 868. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what is that?
They are those bags with a piece of metal in them and then a small label on it that says the science company and a price. And
Move to
it's-
admit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, without objection, P-TR-868 is admitted.
Now, can you read what the label is? You said the science company, what it actually is for?
It says electrode zinc flat.
Now, is there,
On the
are you
top
familiar with the way that the lab will assign lab numbers to various items
I am.
with a Q number?
I am.
And what, is there a Q number associated with that?
The top bag is Q84.2.
Did you collect any additional electrodes that would have been assigned potentially the lab number Q82?
There are additional pieces in this bag of metal behind the top bag that's inside of it.
I'm going to approach you with People's Exhibit 862. Would these be additional electrodes collected from the defendant's apartment?
Yes, they are, and it's marked Q82.1, 2, and 3.
Move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-DR-862 is admitted.
And one last one that I have here is People's Exhibit 875. And if we could please put up 2431. And 2434. What are we looking at there?
A lid with a spoon and what appears to be the same type of metal pieces of bar stock.
I'm going to approach with 875.
All right.
Is that the same spoon and the lid and the metal?
It is.
Move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-DR-875 is admitted.
Now, if we could zoom in on the spoon just for a second. And there's sort of a discoloration on the metallic portion of the spoon part. Do you see that?
I do.
And is that also visible in the item that you have there?
It is.
And is it similar, the way it looks?
Similar.
And the metallic bars, they're not really, I mean, there's sort of a discoloration on them. Is that still there?
It is. They appear to be rusted. Or
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't have anything further. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Do you have any cross-examination? All right. And the jury does not appear to have any questions for this witness. May this witness be released from his subpoena?
He can, Your Honor, and I'd ask to publish.
All right, any objection to him being released from his subpoena?
No objection.
All right, the request to publish is granted, but we will do that after the break. Sir, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, members of the jury, it's about 10:21. Let's go ahead and take our morning break at this time. Please keep in mind all my advisements during the break. I'll see you back here in 20 minutes. Thank you. The record should reflect the jury has now exited the courtroom. All right, folks, let's go on break. I'll see you back here in 20 minutes. Thank you. The court will be in recess.
Please rise.
seated. Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. Are the parties ready for the jury?
Yes.
The defense? We are. All right, thank you. Let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect the jury is back in the courtroom. Members of the jury, right before the morning break, I granted the prosecution's request to publish the physical exhibits that were introduced this morning. And so at this time, we will publish those exhibits. Ms. Robinson and Ms. Gerlings, if you would, please. The record should reflect that we just finished publishing the exhibits that were admitted through the last witness. You may call your next witness.
The people call Detective Alton Reed.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do so swear. Please be seated. Tell us your full name for the record and spell your first, middle, and last names.
Alton Burdine Reed, Alton Berdine, Reed, Reed.
Ms. Pearson, you may proceed.
Detective Reed, who do you work for?
The Aurora Police Department,
How long have you worked for them?
12 years.
What do your duties consist of?
I am currently a detective in the Major Crime Homicide Unit.
Were you working at the Aurora Police Department on July 23rd of 2012?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And on that day, were you asked to respond to the University of Colorado Anschutz campus?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you go there?
There was a report of a suspicious package that had been mailed to Dr. Fenton, allegedly from Mr. Holmes.
What was your role when you got to the Anschutz campus?
Primarily, I was there to collect the package if one was found.
Was a package located?
Yes, ma'am, there was, in building 1945 Wheeling Street.
Was that the mailroom?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
When you first got to the mailroom, where was the package?
The package was located, this is just observation through the bomb squad robot camera. It was leaned up against one of the workstations inside of the mailroom.
Were you present while it was being looked at by the bomb squad?
Via closed circuit camera, yes, ma'am.
After it had been cleared by the bomb squad, and it's correct that nothing hazardous was found in the package?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Were you put in charge of keeping track of it?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Where was the package put?
It was laid on the tabletop of that same workbench that I saw it against, it looked like.
At that time, what was it contained in? What could you see?
There was a 12 by 16 padded envelope inside of a larger, it would be like a giant Ziploc bag.
Could you see currency in it?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was the currency?
There was some burnt currency inside of the plastic bag itself, and then you could see some outside of the notebook, kind of protruding from the notebook.
Was the currency left with the package?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that APD policy?
When we enter currency into property policies to separate the currency and enter it individually from any other evidence.
So ultimately, it would be separated from the notebook?
Correct, ma'am, once it got back to the property facility.
How long did you stay at the Anschutz Center at CU with the notebook and all of the package contents?
I was relieved about 18:30, so 6:30 p.m., and I started with the package maybe about 1:30 or so p.m.
Who was present at the time that you left?
From our department officers, Sandra Moreno and Merle Moriarty.
Did they arrive to relieve you?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And then you understood that they would stay with the package?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Cross-examination, Mr. King.
Just one question. Detective, do you recall when you were first went to CU that you underwent some kind of a briefing where you were informed what you were looking for there and what the purpose was for you being there?
Yes, sir. When I first arrived, they had found a package inside building 500 on the campus there, which is 13,001 East 17th Avenue. It's the old hospital. And they were looking for a package in there. They said that Mr. Holmes had mailed something to Dr. Fenton, and they had found a package inside of her office that they thought was suspicious.
And as it turns out, that was not the package you were looking for, right?
That's correct, sir.
The reason that you knew or had information that there may have been a package mailed to Dr. Fenton was, to your understanding, that a lawyer for Mr. Holmes had contacted law enforcement and informed them that there was, in fact, a package that you should be looking for, correct?
I believe so. Chief Abraham gave the briefing there. He said that somebody representing themselves as a lawyer for Mr. Holmes had called the CU and told them that he had mailed a package to Dr. Fenton, and they wanted to collect that package.
Thank you. No other questions.
Is there any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
And the jury does not appear to have any questions for this witness. May this witness be released from his subpoena.
He may be released, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, thank you, sir. Call your next witness, please.
Jacqueline Fry.
Good morning. Could I have you raise your right hand for me so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name for the record, and please spell your first, middle, and last names?
Jacqueline Marie Fry, Jacqueline, Marie, Marie, Fry, Fry.
Ms. Tish McGuire, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning.
Were you at the Century 16 movie theater on July 19th of 2012 in Aurora, Colorado?
Yes, I was.
Did that go into the early morning hours of July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it did.
Could you please tell the jury a little bit about what you remember from the day of July 19th?
I was working at Red Robin in Aurora. I had worked a double, and it was my friend Alex Sullivan's birthday, and a couple of my friends, my coworkers from Red Robin, were going to go to the movies that night to see the Batman movie, and I had no plans of going. I hadn't bought a ticket, and I was working a lot. And then one of my friends, my coworkers, convinced me to go, and they had an extra ticket for me, so I decided to go to the movie. I remember. I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
No.
Who did
it's
you
great.
Who did you go to the movie with that night?
I drove in a car with Chelsea Soblik and with Heather
And what's Heather's last name, if you know it?
Snyder.
What time did you get to the movie theater that night?
I want to say around 10:30, maybe. 10. I don't honestly even know what time the movie started. So, but we got there a little bit later than the rest of our coworkers.
What do you remember doing when you got to the movie theater that night?
I went in. They had already sat down. There was a couple of seat switches. I remember originally sitting in one spot and then switching seats with my friend Alex Sullivan. Sorry. I'm sorry, excuse me. I remember going outside to smoke cigarettes. It was just a normal night, you know. And then I do remember when the previews for the movie started, we were all sitting down, and my friend Alex was really excited for the movie, and he did like kind of like a countdown. And I kind of remember being, well, now not really realizing that what we were counting down to. And that's basically it.
What happened during the movie that night?
I remember the scene on the screen. Anne Hathaway had just stolen something, and I heard this hissing noise like an aerosol can, and from where I was sitting, it was coming from the bottom left corner of the movie theater. I remember hearing somebody, because I never saw it. I just heard it. And I remember somebody from that area scream or yell, "What the F?" We're trying to watch a movie. And then the next thing I know, I heard this very loud bang, and I immediately was hit in the legs. And my friend Heather, sitting next to me, was also, I assume, hit by the same round because she yelled out. And then I got down on the ground.
What happened as you got down on the ground?
As I got down on the ground, somewhere between sitting and getting down on the ground, I was hit in the face with another round, and I don't really remember. I do remember laying on the ground and spitting out teeth and blood, and my 4 front teeth were shattered. And I was laying on the ground, and it kind of went, we were all just kind of mangled up on the floor. And sorry. And I remember kind of laying on my side, and I was laying on my legs, which were in a lot of pain, so I tried to sit up to fix them, and when I sat up, I saw flashes from the gun go off, and it was then that I realized that it wasn't fireworks, and it was a gun. I remember Chelsea pulling me back down and telling me to be quiet, and she was on the phone with the police, and she was trying to tie something around my legs to stop the bleeding, and then I remember laying on my side, and a bullet came through the seats, and it skimmed my back, and I was laying like on my stomach, and it came through, so I switched over, and I laid on my side.
And can you describe for the jury what your body position was like at that point in time when you had moved?
Yeah, I was laying kind of facing the screen on my side, and my legs were closer to the aisle seat, actually this aisle, and my head was facing that way.
So your head was closer to the left aisle if you're facing the screen, and
yes,
your legs. And who were your legs closest to?
My legs were closest to Heather Snyder, and I remember kicking her in the hand when I was trying to like get comfortable, and my head was like laying on top of Chelsea and on top of my friend Sully's legs.
Could you hear anything in the theater?
Yeah, when we first laid down on the ground, it was really loud. There was a lot of loud bangs. I would gunshots, and there was a lot of screaming. People running out, and then within a couple seconds, it got kind of quiet, and the only thing you could really hear were the gunshots.
Could you smell anything in the theater that night?
Yeah, I smelt my own skin, like the burning from the gunshots. I smelled blood and sulfur and smoke. It was pretty prominent.
What were you thinking?
That we were gonna die. It was kind of overwhelming. It kind of still is. And I just kind of remember thinking that those were the last.
Objection, Judge 403 at this point.
Sustained. Next question, please.
What do you remember after lying on the floor, hearing the gunshots?
Eventually the lights did come on. I'm not sure at what point. There was like a faint alarm sound in the background. I'm not sure at what point that went on either. My friend's Chelsea was standing up and she was yelling that we needed help. And there were officers in the theater. And they came running up the stairs. There was an overwhelming amount of like change in what was happening. My friend Chelsea and Edgar were ushered out of the theater. They were not as badly injured. Chelsea wasn't hit, and Edgar just had a small wound. And then I remember being placed from the floor onto the chair, and they wanted me to leave, and I didn't want to leave yet. I kind of was a little too overwhelmed to leave.
What could you observe about your friend's injuries while you were sitting in that chair?
In the front of me there were two girls, both lying presumably dead in their own in blood in a pool of blood, and then to my left was to my left was I'm sorry. My friend Alex Sullivan, and he wasn't moving, and his chest wasn't moving either.
Had you done anything to see if he would respond to you?
Yeah, when I was still laying on the ground when the lights were turned off, right after Chelsea and Edgar had gotten ushered out of the theater, I tried to shake him and tell him the cops were here, but he was unresponsive.
Could you observe anything about your friend Ferris Dugan's injuries?
Yeah, but not just then. A male officer finally came up to me and told me that I had to be taken out the theater. So he lifted me and he passed me over the seat to a female officer who then walked me back over to the aisle, the right aisle. And as she was carrying me down, we kind of had to step over my friend Farah. And I looked down, and her stomach was like blown open, and I remember seeing officers trying to.
Objection, Judge 403 at this point. It's cumulative.
Sustained.
Did you observe any other injuries as you were taken out of the theater?
Yeah, I got taken out the back door. I was laid on the sidewalk next to my friend Heather, whose her fingers were blown off.
Your Honor, at this time, with the court's permission, I'd like to ask Ms. Fry to approach the 3D diagram model with me. Thanks. And if you could grab that cordless microphone that's up there, please, Ms. Fry. And if you turn that on for me, thanks. If you could please show the jury where you were seated that night.
I would have to say. Oh, I'm sorry.
And if you could stand a little bit closer to. Thanks.
Sure. Probably right around this area, right here.
All right, and do you recall approximately where you were seated?
I would think. Let's see. Probably right in these two rows, right in these two seats. I do remember the order was, I think I remember the order was Edgar, and then my friend Alex, and then my friend Chelsea, me, Heather, and then Farah.
Could you please show the jury on this model where you saw that canister?
I heard it somewhere around this area.
And when you saw flashes, can you describe for the jury where you saw those?
Yeah, they were right over here by the door that he walked in.
And could you actually see a figure walk in that night?
I didn't see anybody walk in. I just saw the flashes.
Right, and can you describe for the jury if you remember where the bodies of those girls were that you saw?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Right. And could you please describe for the jury your exit path with the police officers?
I was lifted up over the seat and then carried down and out the back door into the sidewalk right here.
And could you please show the jury where you were placed next to Miss Snyder?
if Heather was around here, I was probably right over here.
All right, thank you very much. You can take your seat. Thank you. Just turn that off and put it back up. Were you eventually transported for medical treatment?
Yes. A female officer approached me and asked if I was okay. And I said that I was just tired. And so they immediately got me into a police car. In the car, there was another victim there who was pretty badly injured, but was on the phone and seemed very calm. And we were driven at a pretty incredible speed to University Hospital.
What happened when you got to University Hospital?
I was taken out of the cop car, and I was brought into the hospital, into the ER, and where it was loud. You know, it was pretty apparent that a lot of the victims.
Objection, relevance, 403.
Sustained.
Were you taken into surgery that night?
I was taken into surgery that night. I stayed in the ER for a couple of hours, and then at some point before the next morning, I was taken into surgery.
What did they do during your surgery?
They removed a bullet from under my kneecap on my right leg.
What injuries did you sustain as a result of being in the theater on July 20th of 2012? Please tell the jury.
I think we counted all together about 57 bullets from the shotgun, and about 50 of them were located, still are in my legs. I have 3 visible shotgun pellets in my arm.
Which arm is that?
That's my right arm. One in my ring finger, one right on my wrist, on the top of my wrist, and one right in the back of my elbow.
And were those your right? Was that your right ring finger and your right wrist as well?
Yes. And then I was also shot. One skimmed my back, and one in my face, and it's still lodged in my cheekbone or my cheek. And it knocked out 4 of my teeth, and it hit my tongue, and then that's it.
What sort of dental surgeries did you have to have as a result of the shooting?
I've had 4.
Relevance.
It goes to the severity of the injuries, and that's consistent with Order C-200.
You can tell.
So just briefly state what the result of the injuries to your mouth were.
Okay. I had 4 teeth extracted, and I had 4 titanium poles put in, and a bone graft, and I still have 4 more surgeries that I have to do.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibits 2556, 2557, and 2558.
Yes.
I have no objection to these exhibits, Your Honor.
All right, without objection, Mr. McGuire, I should ask you first, are you moving the admission?
I am, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, without objection, P-TR-2556 through 2558 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
If I could please have 2556. All right, Ms. Fry, if you could tell the jury what we're seeing in this photograph.
That's me. That's my face. And it is on my cheek, the bullet wounds that entered through my cheek. And you can't really see, but the 4 of my teeth were knocked out on the left side.
Okay, I could please have 2557.
That is my right arm where the bullets entered.
If I could please have 2558.
That is, the closer one is my right leg. And some of the bullets the pellets that entered my right leg. And then in the background is my left leg, and also some of the bullets that entered my left leg.
Do all of these pictures accurately represent the injuries you sustained as a result of the shooting on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Right. Did you ever see your friend Alex Sullivan again after July 20th of 2012?
No, I didn't.
No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Is there any cross-examination?
No, thank you.
The jury does not appear to have any questions for this witness. Ms. Tish McGuire, may this witness be released from our subpoena?
Please, thank you, Your Honor.
Without objection.
All right, thank you. Please call your next witness.
Carrie Rue, Your Honor.
Sir, come on up. Come around this way, please, and if I could have you raise your right hand for me so that I can administer an oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Good. All right, please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names?
Carrie Andre Rue, C-A-R-Y-A-N-D-R-E-R-U-E.
All right, I'll ask you to move the microphone closer to your mouth to make sure we can all hear you. Mr. Orman, you may proceed.
Thank you, sir. What do you do for a living?
I'm a microbiologist with the FBI laboratory.
I want to ask you about some work you did with regards to collecting evidence. In this case, were you involved in the collection of evidence at the defendant's apartment, 1690 Paris Street, number 10, on July 21st of 2012?
Yes, I was.
If you can please explain to the jury what your role was as part of the FBI evidence response team collecting evidence in that apartment.
I was assigned a few rooms of the apartment to collect evidence.
And generally, if you can tell us, where did you collect evidence from?
The bedroom, and the bathroom, and then and a closet in the hallway.
I'd like to start with the closet in the hallway. What kind of closet was this? How would you describe it?
A small closet, maybe like a linen closet.
Your Honor, if we could please put up Exhibit 2399.
That's been previously admitted,
Yes,
Mr. Orman.
it has, Your Honor.
Yes.
Is that the closet that we're talking about?
Yes, it is.
Did you collect any items of evidence from this closet?
Yes, I did.
Let's put up another item that has already been admitted, 2402. What are we looking at there?
It's a type of ammo pouch.
Now, did you collect this?
I did.
And before we look at the actual item, if you could tell us, up at the top, there are a couple of things sticking out that look like they're made of plastic. Did you collect those as well?
Yes.
What are those items?
Those are magazines for ammunition.
And for what type of gun?
For a pistol.
A Glock specifically?
A Glock, yes.
And then down below, there's another pouch that's sort of open. You see what I'm talking about?
I do.
And you can see a little bit of a metallic object in there. Did you collect that as well?
Yes, I did.
What is that?
They're handcuffs.
If we could please put up 2403, please. And does that just show an evidence placard associated with that item?
Yes.
Now, this is hanging on something. What was it hanging on?
On the closet rack.
I'm going to approach the witness, Your Honor, with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 954, 955, 956, and 957.
Okay.
Can you please tell me what those items are?
So those are the items pictured. You have an ammo pouch, the largest item there. You have the 2 magazine for the Glock pistol, and rounds of ammunition that were in the magazines.
And then lastly,
handcuffs.
all right, why don't you put that down? Move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-954 through 957 inclusive are admitted.
I'd like to ask you about the rounds, the bullets that you mentioned. Those magazines, how many of them were there?
2 magazines in this item that we're discussing.
We'll get to another item in a minute. Let's just talk about this item. When you collected those magazines, were they loaded?
Yes, they were.
And did you remove the bullets from the magazines?
I did.
Do you recall how many you took out?
13 in each.
For a total of 26?
Correct.
If we could go back to 2399, please. Now, on the floor, do you see, can we zoom in on that item that's on the floor at the beginning, at the front? Now, is this the same ammo pouch or is this a different one?
It's a different one.
Did you collect this as well?
Yes, I did.
Now, we can see some different types of objects sticking out of this. Did you collect those?
I did.
And what were they?
Those are magazines.
For same type of gun?
No, a different gun.
Was this be for like an AR-15?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
All right, for what type of gun, do you know?
For a rifle, a type of rifle.
Were they loaded?
They were.
Did you remove rounds from those?
I did.
Do you recall how many?
39 in each.
How many magazines were there?
3, I believe.
Your Honor, I'm going to approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 959.
Okay.
Please take a look at that. Tell me if you recognize that.
I do. It's a different ammo pouch.
Let me ask you this. We saw you saw that item on the floor in the photograph?
Yes.
Does this have any relation to that? In other words, is this that?
This is the one that was on the floor in the closet. Yes.
Move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-959 is admitted.
Does that also include the magazines that you found?
Yes, it does.
And the bullets?
Yes.
Thank you. You can put that down. I want to ask you about the defendant's bedroom at this point. Can we please put up photo, admitted photo 3959? And can we zoom in on that contact lens case to the left? There we go. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Did you collect that item and put it in evidence?
I did.
And was that then taken to the FBI lab in Virginia?
I'm not certain as to where it was taken. I believe so.
Okay. Was it collected with the other FBI evidence? Yes. Thank you. We can take that down. Lastly, I want to ask you about the bathroom. Did you go into the defendant's bathroom and collect any items of evidence?
Yes, I did.
Tell me about that. What did you collect?
A gas torch.
Can we please put up 2391, which has been admitted? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
And was that on? I mean, was flames coming out of that or anything?
No, it wasn't on.
Was it in that state when you found it?
It was in that state.
And there's sort of a blue bathtub-looking thing behind it. Do you know what that is?
The bathtub.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
I'm going to approach with what's been marked for identification as People's Exhibit 958, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
It's the torch that I collected in the bathroom.
Thank you. Move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, it is admitted.
Your Honor, I have no further questions of this witness. I will ask to publish these when the witness steps down from the stand.
Is there any cross-examination?
No.
And the jury does not appear to have any questions for this witness. May this witness be released from his subpoena.
Please, Your Honor, thank you.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
All right, sir, thank you. The request to publish is granted. Ms. Robinson and Ms. Gerlings, if you would, please. the record should reflect that we just finished publishing the exhibits that were admitted through the last witness. Call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, the people call Matt Files.
Morning. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, please be seated. Tell us your full name, please.
Yes, my name is Matthew Ethan Files, and my last name is Fyles.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Now, we've heard from you previously, and are you one of the supervising case agents on this case from the Aurora Police Department?
That is correct.
And did you become, on July 23rd of 2012, did you become aware of a package that had been sent to a Dr. Lynn Fenton at the Anschutz, CU Medical Center Anschutz campus?
I was.
And was it a return address to the defendant, James Holmes?
That is correct. It had his address that was known.
Did you ultimately respond to the Anschutz campus?
Yes, the initial call to us was a call for an assist, and it referenced that a package involving James Holmes. And so myself and Detective Reed responded over there to see exactly what they needed and what they had.
Detective Reed being Detective Alton Reed?
That's correct.
Did you have Detective Reed stay at the medical center?
Yes, once it became apparent that it was going to take some time, I left him there so that I could address some other issues just regarding the case.
Did you ultimately return to take custody of the package?
Yes, some things transpired. I ended up writing in a warrant, and that was part of the process. And then I came back later that night. I arrived at the mailroom at 9 p.m. on the 23rd with the warrant.
When you returned to the mailroom, who was present?
When I arrived at the mailroom, there were two Aurora police officers, uniformed officers, Officer Moriarty and Officer Moreno. They were a two-man car, so they were both present. And then also there was an Officer, Dale McCauley, with UCPD that was present in the mailroom. Those were the only three parties in the mailroom at that time.
At the time that did you take custody of the package?
Yes, I provided Officer McCauley with the copy of the warrant, and then I took possession of the package that was in the mailroom.
What did it look like at the time that you took it?
So when I entered the mailroom, it was on a workbench in the mailroom. It was one of our brown police evidence bags. It was not sealed, it was open. Inside that bag, it contained a clear plastic evidence envelope or a bag, kind of like a Ziploc bag that was from the Adams County Sheriff's Office. And within that bag were all the contents of the mailed package from James Holmes.
I'm going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 341, 342, 343, 344, and 346. Do you recognize all of these items?
I do.
Turning first to People's Exhibit 342. Do you recognize that item specifically?
Yes, for a number of reasons.
And are all of these items ones that you collected at the CU Medical Center in the mailroom on July 23rd of 2012?
Yes, and I know that because of the evidence packaging that's associated with them.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 341, 342, 343, 344, and 346.
Is there any objection?
Judge, I have no objection, but perhaps now is the time for the court to read the limiting instruction.
All right. P-TR-341, 342, 343, 344, and 346 are all admitted without objection. Ms. Pearson, do you agree with the timing of the limiting instruction?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Members of the jury, you're about to hear evidence that the court has admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider this evidence only as to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider this evidence for any other purpose. All right, you may proceed.
Turning first to People's Exhibit 342, could you hold that up and explain what that is?
Yes, this is the envelope that the package was mailed in. It's a United States postal envelope bubble wrap that has the addresses in question and postage on it as well.
And can you hold it up so we could see it better? Then I'm going to ask to take it over to the Elmo. Does it have is it addressed to a particular person?
Yes, the addressee is Lynn Fenton.
And who's the return address? Who sent it?
It has James Holmes with his address, both handwritten, and then a sticker application with the address as well.
And if I could publish that on the Elmo, Your Honor.
Yes, go ahead.
And if we could first show the to, who it's addressed to. Could you read for us the address?
Yes, the address is CU Anschutz Medical Campus, mail stop A as in Adam 035, Education 2, North Room, number 3208, Aurora, Colorado 80045.
And the to was to Lynn Fenton, MD?
Correct.
Could I see the return address, please, who it was sent from? And could you read that to us, please?
Yes, it says from James Holmes and the address of 1690 Paris Street, number 10, Aurora, Colorado 80018. And then again, there's an affixed address sticker with that information on it as well.
Could we see the stamps, please? And so how many stamps are on this package?
There are 12 stamps on the package.
Are there 16?
I'm sorry, 16, yes.
And is each row different, but each row is the same as everything else in that given row?
Correct. There are 4 different stamps. These are science, members of science. And each row is the same stamp, and then the next row is a different stamp, all the same, and so forth all the way down.
You could take that down. Could you put that back up, please? And could you zoom in on each stamp so we can see what the stamp is, the first one of each row? I don't know if it's possible to read that or not. And you said these are all scientists?
Yes, from different disciplines. This first one here is Maria Mayer, physicist. These are all forever stamps.
The next row?
This is Asia Gray, a botanist. Severo Ochoa, a biochemist. And then Melvin Calvin, a chemist.
And take that down. If you could look next at People's Exhibit 343. And tell us what that is.
Yeah, so this is the original envelope that all the materials were in that was from the Adams County bomb squad that they had initially put all the items in after they cleared the package.
And 344?
344 is a sticky note that was located within the contents of the white envelope.
And was that actually in the bubble mailer, that white envelope?
Correct.
And if I could have that for the Elmo too, please. Could you explain to us what we're looking at here?
Yeah, so this is a standard one of the small sticky notes, and it's got a circle. The number 1 is contained within the circle as well as the infinity sign.
And are you aware of all of the other evidence in this case?
Yes,
Do you recall a calendar in the defendant's apartment?
yes,
Was this symbol also on that calendar?
it was.
Could I have you flip over to the back side of the sticker? Was there writing on the back side of this sticker?
Yes,
What does it say?
it has words written. They are who, what, where, when, why, and how.
Thank you. Turning next to People's Exhibit 346. And if you could hold that up for us and explain what that is.
Yes, so this has been individually packaged, but there are $20 bills of U.S. currency. They're all burned to some degree.
Where were they found?
They were contained within the white envelope. Originally, they were sort of secreted in with the pages of the notebook and were subsequently pulled out during the efforts to determine the package was safe.
And you said there were how many of those?
20 of them, totaling $400.
And then turning to People's Exhibit 341. And what is that?
This envelope contains the brown spiral notebook that was originally within the white envelope mailed to Dr. Fenton.
Now, is this contained in a APD brown paper envelope,
It is?
evidence envelope? And does that reflect how often it's even been opened?
Yes, it has evidence tape for when it's sealed, every time it's opened. This particular item was sealed by me and only been opened by me on various dates for different purposes. And then there's explicit instructions on it as well.
Does it reflect any kind of tampering?
No.
And I would ask for you to open that, and I'll get you some gloves. And if you could take that out and hold that up so the jury could see it. It's a spiral notebook?
Correct.
Your Honor, does the court want to break at this time before we begin discussing the notebook?
Yes, this would be a good breaking point. Thank you. All right, members of the jury, it's time for lunch, so let's go ahead and take our lunch break. Please make sure you abide by all my advisements during the lunch break, but I'll see you back here in approximately an hour and a half. Let's plan to be back at about 1:40, okay? Thank you. The court will be in recess. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom now. And sir, you can go on break. You can go back to your seat. Thank you. Everyone may be seated. Thank you. Let's take up 1081A, People's Exhibit P-TR-1081A. I had a chance to review the emails that are contained as part of this exhibit during the break. Ms. Spengler, have you had a chance to review it?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Do you want to go to the podium or speak from there as long as you're speaking to the microphone? Oh, it looks like you have one. Okay, great.
I do.
Tell me the objection.
Yes, Your Honor. What I'll do first is identify the 3 emails that we are specifically objecting to, and then I have brief argument. The 3 emails that we are specifically objecting to come from the dsherlockb@gmail.com account. And the first is dated June 3rd, 2011. The date, time stamp on that is 10:18 p.m. It's an email exchange between Mr. Holmes and his mother, purports to be. June 21st, 2011 is the second email. That's a 3-page email. There's an email chain, and there's also attachments. So in total, there's 7 documents attached or part of that single email. And again, that's June 21st, 2011 at 12:22 p.m. I'm just giving you the times in case it helps you identify them, Your Honor. The title is Need to Schedule a Facility Tour. And then the final email, July 25th, 2011, is the date at 12:58 p.m. The title is RE:/euthanasia training. Your Honor, in terms of argument, briefly, I just point out that these 3 emails are remote in time to the events of July 20th. They contain hearsay, specifically the June 21st and July 25th emails contain statements from CU administrators. For the most part, they deal with the scheduling of what appears to be required facility tour, as well as a scheduled euthanasia training that I believe is required by the university. These emails involve work with gerbils, the care of the animals at CU, as well as the euthanasia training that Mr. Holmes had to sign up for. And we believe that these serve to highlight the euthanasia of the animals at the university, put less clinically the killing of animals, and it's unnecessary inflammatory. It's unnecessary, and we object under 403 and 401 and due process and Mr. Holmes' right to a reliable sentencing hearing under both the United States and Colorado constitutions, their counterparts.
Okay, thank you. Who wants to respond on behalf of the people?
Your Honor, it sounds like there isn't an objection to the rest of the email, so I'm just going to focus my responses on the ones to which they've objected. The June 3rd, 2011 email is not remote in time as it relates to the relevance of the relationship and the communications that the defendant was having with his mother and his father. In part, what this packet serves to do is to bookend June of 2011 with his latest communications leading up to, I think it's June of 2012, and showing how remarkably similar they are in terms of their content, their length, and how responsive they are to the emails that he receives. The email is titled, "Things We Will Bring Up to You." I think it's pretty clear what the content is, and I think the court, as it has done in the past, is going to give a limiting instruction to the jury that they're only to consider the statements of the defendant as non-hearsay, and that the other statements will only serve to put those statements into context. The June 21st email, Judge, in looking at it and listening to Ms. Spengler, the purpose of this email is to link him to both this account and to the CU account. And it shows that before he started relying exclusively on the CU emails, and what the court will notice is, all of a sudden there's a huge gap between roughly June of 2011 and June of 2012. That's when all of his communications, as future evidence will show, took place over CU and some over Hotmail. And so that this is an email that links those two. It's a transitional period for him. Now, having said that, if this is the euthanasia one, if there's the attachment, I'm happy to get rid of the attachment. I'm not looking to highlight this over any other, for any sort of euthanasia reason, and if there's a way to redact it to take out that concern, I'm happy to do that, because that's not the function I think that this email shows. It shows the nature of his communications with CU, and it ties him to those two accounts. The third email, Your Honor, is the one dated July 25th, 2011. And here's where I see an issue for us evidentiary-wise. That first part that says, "Hello, James, great," I agree. I think that is likely hearsay, but I don't know that it's offered for the truth of the matter asserted. That's the euthanasia training one. Can I have a moment, Your Honor, just to...
Yes.
You know what, frankly, Your Honor, I don't mind removing that one from the email list. If that's objectionable, I don't have a problem removing that. Unless the court has any other questions, those are my responses to Ms. Spengler's specific objections.
All right, thank you. Give me a moment. All right, that response from Mr. Brockler makes the objection as to the July 25, 2000 email chain moot, because he doesn't have problem taking that out of the exhibit. And so the July 25, 2011 email chain related to the euthanasia training should be removed from the exhibit. And with that removal, then that takes care of at least one of the three objections to this exhibit. In terms of the other two objections, let me just first of all say that Exhibit P-TR-1081A does not include all of the emails, as I understand it, and that's consistent with my orders in this case. I issued multiple orders related to warrants and to requests for production of documents. And in multiple of those orders, or in several of those orders, I said that my understanding was that the prosecution was not intending to introduce all of the documents into evidence. And I know that there were documents from a bank, or perhaps more than one bank. I think there were documents requested and obtained from a couple of banking institutions. There were telephone records, there were email records, and with respect to some of those documents, I said that my understanding was the prosecution was only intending to introduce the documents that they believed were relevant to this case. And so that to the extent that the warrant or that the order for the production of documents lacked specificity, only the records that are unrelated to the case should be suppressed. And I think I said in a footnote in multiple orders, if my understanding is incorrect and the prosecution is seeking to introduce all of the records with respect to all these different warrants and orders for production of records, the prosecution should let me know and we'll set a hearing, and the prosecution never notified the court of that. And so I infer from that that the prosecution is only intending to introduce some of the documents that it obtained, and specifically the documents that they believe are relevant to that they believe are relevant to this case. And so that's the first observation. The second observation goes to the objection that was raised by Ms. Spengler just a moment ago in terms of remoteness. I have been pretty consistent throughout this trial in allowing documents only as far back as I think about the spring of 2011. And my rationale for that has been and continues to be that that's the relevant time frame. That's when Mr. Holmes moved from San Diego to Colorado. He moved here to attend school here, and there is a disagreement between the parties in this case in terms of what may have happened or may not have happened as it relates to Mr. Holmes's mental health. The prosecution argues that there was no change in him. The defense argues that at some point in the spring of 2012, that there was a change in Mr. Holmes's mental health. And in fact, that's around the time that there has been some evidence introduced that there was some planning going on of the shooting and of the explosives and incendiary devices that were recovered from his apartment. And so I think in order for the jury to assess those arguments, the jury needs to know what was he like before the spring of 2012. And I think a year time frame is appropriate and is reasonable. And that coincides with the time that he came to Colorado to attend school. That's where it all started. There's an argument that the prosecution has advanced as well in this case to the effect that this incident, including the shooting and the items found in the defendant's apartment, is related to the defendant becoming unhappy with his lack of success at school and with the defendant becoming disappointed in his performance at school, and that in part at least is what triggered what took place here. So again, it goes back to the school. It goes back to that time frame when he started attending school at the University of Colorado, when he moved here from California. And that's at the heart of the matter. This is a case about the defense of insanity. There has been a not guilty by reason of insanity plea entered, and so it goes to that, and it goes as well to the culpable mental state elements of the crimes that are charged. And Of course, it would be improper to just allow all documents related to Mr. Holmes going back to when he was a baby, but I think it's reasonable to allow documents that predate the spring of 2012 for all the reasons that I have stated just now and for all the reasons that I've stated before. And I think starting at about sometime around the spring of 2011 is an appropriate time frame. So I don't agree with the remoteness argument. And these emails go to Mr. Holmes's interactions. The June 3, 2011 email goes to his interaction with his mother. This is an email exchange between Mr. Holmes and his mother. The experts have talked about Mr. Holmes's interactions with people. I know that Dr. Metzner talked about some changes in the defendant in the spring of 2012. And again, in order for the jury to be in a position to assess those arguments or to assess those findings and those conclusions by some of the experts and the arguments by the parties, I think they need to know what was Mr. Holmes like before the spring of 2012. And that includes how did he communicate? How did he interact with people at school? How did he interact with his parents? And did those things change at some point or not? So I don't agree with the remoteness argument, and I think it's this is relevant. This is a relevant email in terms of the June 3rd, 2011 email, and so it is admissible under Rule 401. In terms of the June 21, 2011 email, that's an email chain related to a required facilities tour. Same type of rationale from me. I think this goes to Mr. Holmes's communication with staff, interaction with people at CU, and I think part of that email chain, if I remember correctly, may have included his mother as well, but let me check, because I may be wrong about that, and I don't want to state that if that's wrong. It does not include his mother, but this is the one where Mr. Brockler mentioned during his argument that it shows the transition to a different email address, and so it has that probative value as well. It shows that at some point around that time frame, he changed from one email address to a different email address, and again, it's within the time period that I have outlined, and it is probative for the reasons that I've stated. It goes to his interactions, it goes to his communication with people, it goes to who he was and the way he acted. And I know that the parties don't agree that those things are necessarily relevant to someone's mental health, but that's part of the disagreement in this case, and ultimately, the experts are going to testify about that, and the jury will make the determination as to whether that is any indication of mental health or not, or perhaps a little indicative of mental health, or heavily indicative of mental health. Those are going to be questions for the jury, but it does have probative value, especially considering that at least one of the parties believes that this is proof of mental health, and that some of the experts, I believe, will talk about those things, those aspects of Mr. Holmes's life and Mr. Holmes's behavior and interactions and communication. So in terms of the Rule 403 objection, I have to look at what are the risks. I have found that the two emails are probative for the reasons I've stated. I am not persuaded that there's any risk of unfair prejudice, especially given Mr. Brockler's agreement to delete any mention of euthanasia training. I don't know what would be prejudicial about these emails. I'm not sure what's prejudicial about the email from June 3rd between Mr. Holmes and his mother, or what's prejudicial about the email chain in the June 21, 2011 emails related to the required facilities tour. So, and it sounds like to the extent that there are any attachments to that email, Mr. Holmes is willing to take those out. I mean, Mr. Brockler is willing to take those out. Is that right, Mr. Brockler?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And so without those, I don't see what's prejudicial. I think that was Ms. Pengler's concern, and so that takes care of Ms. Pengler's concern. So for all those reasons, I find that the probative value of these two emails and email chains is not substantially outweighed by the danger for unfair prejudice, or any of the risks that are listed in Rule 403. In terms of the hearsay objections, to the extent that these emails have statements from Mr. Holmes, that they're not hearsay, they're statements, admissions by a party opponent, and they're admissible. Furthermore, they're not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. To the extent that they contain any emails from someone else, including Mr. Holmes's mom and including people from CU, they're not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but I'm happy to give the jury a cautionary instruction that these statements by these other folks, including Mr. Holmes's mom, including people from CU, and including anyone else, are being introduced solely to place Mr. Holmes's statements in context. And so if the defense wants me to give that instruction, I will give it. If the defense doesn't want me to give that instruction, I will not. That's been my position throughout the trial. Anytime this issue has come up, I have made the same offer to defense counsel, and I have done what defense counsel has asked the court to do. If the defense wants me to give that cautionary instruction, I give it, and I've done that in the past on at least one occasion. If the defense tells me they prefer not to have me give it, then I don't. So, Ms. Spengler, are you asking me to give an instruction along the lines of what I just indicated right now in terms of this particular exhibit?
Yes, please.
All right, I will give that instruction. All right, is there anything else at this time?
Your Honor, only to advise the court of the procedure I was hoping to use once we get the witness on to get these admitted. I had intended to make the 24 copies, and I'll make an extra one for the court and publish it in the same manner we discussed as with the notebook, if the court is amenable to that.
You mean in terms of these emails?
Yes, sir.
All right, what's the defense's position as to that? Yes.
Your Honor, we'd object to that procedure.
Mr. Bruckler, what about just displaying them on the screen? What's the concern with doing it that way? That's sort of the way we've been doing it.
Your Honor, I don't think it was a question of concern. It was a question of, because of the varying volumes of words that are on each of the pages, to know how long to display it up there for these folks to be able to read it. I mean, how do we know when to say, all right, move to the next email, move to the next email? There are some pictures that were attached that the defendant sent to himself that are directly related to this, and we could definitely publish those that way. But in terms of the written content, it would just be hard to know when the jury's good to go with moving to the next email.
Are you gonna have 24 packets of this that are identical to the original? In other words, are they gonna be color photographs just the same as the original?
Yes, Your Honor, we intend them to be identical to the original.
All right. As long as that's the case, I'll allow it for purposes of just publishing it to the jury, because I think it'll be much more efficient to do it that way. But I'm not gonna allow that someone read it for the jury word for word. So when you're ready to publish it, let me know. We'll distribute the 24 copies. Each juror can have their own copy, and then have each juror go through it on their own. But otherwise, if I didn't do that, it would mean that we'd be required to give each juror a single copy, or we'd have to use one single copy with all 24 jurors and have each one pass it one by one, and that's gonna take way much more time. So I'll allow you to do it that way, as long
Agreed.
as they're all identical copies.
Yes, sir. And one last thing, my hope was to publish the photographs, because there'll be some questions to the witness via the normal method that we've been doing it. But for certain, there would be 24 identical packets of information like you see up there with the one email removed.
All right, that's fine. You can ask the witness questions, but obviously, if you're gonna publish them, then I'm hoping that you're not gonna go through each email with the witness one by one. That's the whole point of publishing it the way that you're asking to do it. So it's fine if you wanna touch upon a few photographs or a few of the emails with the witness, but then I think when we get to the point of publishing, then each juror can just take a look at each copy that, or at his or her copy of the exhibit, okay? Yes, sir. All right, and then we will retrieve the exhibits once the jury has finished reviewing it. All right, is there anything else on behalf of the people? All right. Before I forget, though, Mr. Ruckler, just make sure that all of them are identical. I'll give this back to you. So to the extent you're gonna remove the attachment of the one email, the attachment from the June 21 email, and also are gonna remove the July 25 email and attachments, then make sure that the same is true for all the copies, all right? Okay, thank you. Ms. Tish McGuire?
Your Honor, I just wanted to let the court know that I had inadvertent contact with a juror on Friday afternoon, after work at like 5:45. I went into a store and juror number 329 was in the store. I didn't notice her. As soon as she recognized me, she paid and left the store. We didn't speak to each other or anything else, but I just wanted to let the court know.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything on behalf of the defense at this time? No. All right, thank you. Enjoy your lunch. I'll see you back after lunch. The court will be in recess.
Please rise.
Please be seated. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the case of the people of the state of Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. Are you folks ready for the jury? The people?
Yes, Your Honor, we are.
Defense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect the jury has joined us again. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. It's a beautiful day out there. I don't know if any of you got a chance to go out there. It feels like it's been a month since we had sun, so it's kind of nice to have it a couple of days in a row. At the end of the morning session, Sergeant Files was on the witness stand, and the prosecution was in the middle of its direct examination. So, Sergeant, I will remind you that you're still under oath, and Ms. Pearson, you may resume your direct examination.
Sergeant Files, we just started talking about the notebook, and I'm going to hand you now 25 copies of the notebook.
Okay.
have you had an opportunity to read the original notebook?
I have.
And did you have an opportunity to compare all of these copies to the original notebook?
I have.
And are all of these copies the exact same thing that's contained within the notebook, all of the pages?
Yes, and I know that to be the case because after verifying that, I've initialed and put the date in which I did that on the back of each of these.
Your Honor, I'd ask that 24 copies of these be distributed to the jury.
Right, pursuant to my earlier ruling, that request is granted. So, Ms. Robinson and Ms. Curlings, if you would, please.
And there's a copy there for the court as well, and the defense has already been provided a copy.
Great, thank you.
And while we're passing them out, if I could ask you, the page numbering in the notebook, does it start at page 1?
No, it does not.
Where does it start?
It starts on page 26.
Is the first stamped page a 27?
Yes, that's the first stamp page, and if I could get the original.
Go ahead and look at your copy. Or actually look at the original. So, we need to retrieve it. Oh, it's not up there.
Would counsel please approach? Members of the jury, a couple of things. First of all, the copy that has just been provided to you of Exhibit P-TR-341 has only been provided to you temporarily. And so we are going to retrieve those copies from you once you've had a chance to review it. So you should not write on it because you will not have this copy back with you. This is just a more efficient way of publishing the exhibit. Otherwise, we would have had to give each of you a chance to review the exhibit and then pass it on to the next person, and then wait until that person reviewed it and then pass it on to the next person, and so on. So this hopefully speeds things up. The second thing that I wanted to tell you about is to remind you again that this exhibit and the testimony that is being rendered at this time has been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider this evidence only as to the issues that are raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider this evidence for any other purpose. That's the same limiting instruction that I gave you right before the lunch break, but I wanted to remind you about it since we took a lunch break, okay? All right, with that, Ms. Pearson, you may proceed.
Sergeant Files, does this notebook, the numbering start at page 1?
No, it does not.
What's the first printed page number?
The first printed page number is 27.
And is that the way that it came to you when you first saw it without pages 1 through 26?
Correct. It remains unchanged.
Looking at the front cover of the notebook, and if I could have People's Exhibit, it would be 341-1 up, please. What does it say on the front cover?
So this has a place where you can write on it. There's a portion for name, and in that is James Holmes. And then there's a line that has the word course, and it says of life. has been written in there, all in red ink.
In your review of this notebook, and you can take that down, does it contain information about the defendant's plans for the shooting that ultimately occurred at the Century 16 Theater?
It does.
And did he discuss having a desire to kill people?
Yes, he does.
If we could turn to page 35, it should be 341-35. And down on the bottom of the page, on page 35, if you could read for us the last bulleted point.
Yes. It says, "The obsession to kill, since I was a kid, with age became more and more realistic. Started as,"
And then does it go to page 36?
correct,
We could have 36 at the top.
continue.
Yes, please.
"The entire world with with nuclear bombs, then shifted to biological agent that destroys the mind. Most recently, serial murder via a cell phone, stun gun, and folding knife in national forests."
Does the notebook reflect that he considered different venues?
It does.
If I could have page 48, please. And just starting at the top of this page, and moving down.
So it's titled "Case the Place," and then there are 3 bullets, specific bullet marks. Targets, random.
If you could keep reading for us.
"The cruel twists of fate are unkind to the misfortunate. Method, colon, bombs, an X, in parentheses, too regulated and suspicious. Biological warfare, there's an X, parentheses, too impatient, requires extensive knowledge, chemicals, and equipment. Serial murder, there's an X, in parentheses, too personal, too much evidence, easily caught, few kills."
If we could move down on that page.
Mass murder / spree.
Judge, at this point, I'm going to object to just the reading of the exhibit. I have no objection to the exhibit being admitted. It's been admitted. The jury it can be published to the jury.
All right, the objection's overruled. Go ahead.
Mass murder / spree, checkmark, in parentheses, maximum casualties. Easily performed with firearms, although primitive in nature. No fear of consequences, being caught 99% certain.
And this, he then began to discuss different venues.
Correct. Say bullet mark, venue, - airport or movie theater. Then it says airport with an X, substantial security. Too much of a terrorist history. Terrorism isn't the message. The message is there is no message. Most fools will misinterpret correlation for causation, namely relationship and work failures as causes. Both were expediting catalysts, not the reason. The causation being my state of mind for the past 15 years.
Does the notebook then actually discuss the individual theaters within the Century 16 in terms of evaluating the pros and cons of choosing each individual theater?
Yes, that's part of the next few pages.
Could I have page 49, please?
So bullet, the movie theater, - Cinemark 16. And there's 3 hyphens underneath. First, isolated. Second, proximal. Third, large. Bullet, what better place to case than that of an inconspicuous entertainment facility, question mark.
If I could have some more of that page up, and so I could see the entire drawing there. Now, if we can stop that there. The drawing that is, we see on the left of the screen, do you recognize what that depicts?
I do.
What is that?
This is essentially a hand-drawn aerial of Cinemark 16, the Aurora Mall, Sable Boulevard, and surrounding buildings.
And on the opposite side, does it have an evaluation of the different sides to approach the theater from?
Well, I'm not sure which side you're referencing. On the left side, it says.
On the right side of this photograph.
Okay, right side, there are some bullet marks. South side of Theater Optimal, 15 screens, and then another diagram of Cinemark itself with some X's and a check mark, reference to the positioning on the building, and then the building is numbered.
If we could go down just a little bit further on this page. Now, do we see, and a little bit more, do we see in this specific theaters numbered with diagrams?
Yes, specifically Theater 1, 10, and 11.
What does he say about Theater 1?
Next to the diagram for Theater 1, various bullets. 1, avoid. Second one, too many exits. Third one, wrong spatial location. And the fourth one, very large.
Theater 10.
Next to Theater 10, he has 3 stars. On the left of the diagram, it says double doors entrance. On the right, primary target, only 2 exits, excellent spatial approach. Most moviegoers take right path, medium size.
And is Theater 11 also noted in this, on this page?
It is, it's on the right side of the page. It has 1 star next to 11. Next to the diagram, it says slightly smaller area, 3 exits, good spatial location.
Does the analysis of the different theaters continue on to the next page?
It does.
Could I have page 50, please? If we could have the top half there down to, and does it reference, it looks like the top Theater 12?
Correct. There are 3 theaters referenced in this portion that's visible, 12, 13, and 9.
What does it say about Theater 12?
Theater 12 has 2 stars next to the number 12, and then next to the diagram, only 2 exits, smaller area size, single door entrance, visibility marginal, and then only 1 range.
Or is that ramp?
I'm sorry, ramp, yes.
Theater 13?
Theater 13 is just the number, then a diagram, 4 exits, 2 visible, avoid.
And is there a drawing of Theater 9?
There is, and there's a star, more of an asterisk next to 9, not a star.
What else appears to be drawn on Theater 9?
On Theater 9, you have the exits, the double door exits, and then the exit that's up near where the emergency exit was to go out to the east side of the building where the garbage area is.
And based on having been in Theater 9, is that accurate in terms of where the doors are?
That is accurate. This obviously is just 1 level, so it doesn't include the upper exit on the top.
And if we could go down to the bottom of the page. After the drawings, some drawings were scratched out, is there another drawing on the bottom of that same page 50?
There is.
And what does that reflect?
It depicts a portion of Cinemark 16. Century 16, it is I guess what would be the southeast corner of the complex, so it includes a couple theaters, exterior doors. Specifically noted on it are theaters 10 and 12. And then there are drawings of vehicles and the indication best parking spots.
Does he continue his analysis of the different theaters on the next page?
Yes.
Could I have page 51, please? And up in the right corner, up near the number, if you could tell us what that says.
Yes, there's a note. It's got a star and then a symbol, and then it says, tablecloth clamps makes good door wedge. Took forever to find that it was object of search. Originally looked at pipe clamps and other rigid yet shaped clips.
On this page, does he also discuss how to conduct his attack?
Yes, it's indicated under a bullet point that says 3 options of attack. And then it's hyphen start at 12, hyphen start at 10, and then or 9, and then a hyphen start at smoker's escape.
Does he then discuss the pros and cons of each of these methods of begetting the attack?
Yes, further down the page,
We can
there's
scroll
a
down a little bit more.
representation of all 3 of those options, both in diagram and then a list of pros and cons.
And does the first one address pros and cons of starting the attack in Theater 12?
That's correct. It says 12 and start, and there's a diagram with the vehicle arrows going through Theater 12, then through a common hallway towards Theater 10. There's a drawing of a lock near Theater 10 with the arrow making entry into 10, and then pros and cons associated with this. Pros, hyphen start at smaller area. The next hyphen is can lock double doors at 10, increasing casualties. The cons, hyphen starting point, more conspicuous than others. And then now we move on to the next option.
And is that Theater 10?
Correct. Against 10 start, diagram similar to the one above. This time vehicle parked near Theater 10 with an arrow moving into Theater 10 and through the common hallway into 12 and out of 12. Pros and cons. Pros, hyphen very inconspicuous starting point. A star can feign smoke. And then a hyphen, many initial persons packed in single area. Cons, can't lock double doors, many escapees. And then he moves on to the third option.
And what is the third option?
The third option, smoker door start, same diagram as before, including 12 and 10. Shows the vehicle parked outside of 10. Arrows coming from the vehicle in through the common exit doors in a common hallway, entering through double doors in the back of the theater with another lock, and then arrows exiting back out. Pros, hyphen, least conspicuous, can feign need for smoke, hyphen, can lock double doors, inflicting mass casualties in 10, hyphen, may re-enter and kill more or bail. Cons, most prone for door being locked or clamp removed, hyphen, real smokers early warning, hyphen, time in hallway is vulnerable.
Now, you can take that down. Is the Aurora Police Department located close to the theater?
It is?
And is there anything in the notebook that reflects that the defendant knew that the police department was close to the theater?
Yes, page 52.
If I could have page 52 up, please. If you could just scroll down a little bit on that there. And what do we see on this, in this drawing?
Again, this is a drawing diagram, aerial view, and it includes 3 structures and a roadway. Structures include National Guard, which is the rectangle on top left. Over in the top right is the police department, labeled as such. And then sort of down below both of them is another rectangle that has movies written in it. And then there is an ETA response, the sign for approximately, and then 3 mins or minutes.
And ETA meaning?
Estimated time of arrival.
Now, we've heard a lot about the defendant's different purchases that he made. Did he write about these in the notebook?
Yes.
If I could have page 53, please. Starting down about the last quarter or so after bullet point 3. If you could tell us You can start right there, and then we'll scroll a little bit further down. If you can tell us where it begins to discuss purchases he made.
Yes, it's on the left side, the first word in the sentence is buy. So it says buy stun gun and folding knife. Research firearms, laws, and mental illness. Buy handgun. Committed, -shotgun, -AR-15. Second handgun, wild card, explosives. Simplest and least suspicious, gasoline and oil. Acquire remote detonation system and body armor. Practicing shooting at Byers Canyon Rifle Range.
Now, when we were opening the packaging for the notebook, you can take that back down, we saw a Post-it that had the infinity symbol with the 1 on it that we've also seen on the calendar. Did you see that in the notebook as well?
Yes, it appears 3 times in the notebook as a complete symbol.
Where does it appear for the last time in the notebook?
The last time it appears in the notebook is on page 54.
Could I have up 54, please? And is there anything in the notebook that appears to reference the movie that the shooting ultimately occurred at?
Yes. There is a last statement on this page, and it's the last sentence in that paragraph on page 54. Embraced the hatred, a dark night rises.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions at this time.
Cross-examination, Mr. King?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Detective, I just want to go through with you some of the parts of the notebook here that that counsel didn't review with you, if I may.
And members of the jury, just so that you know, I'm going to give you a chance after this witness has finished testifying to review the notebook. So at this time, I want to make sure that you're not reviewing it while testimony is being rendered here in court, okay? All right, go ahead, Mr. King.
Thank you, Your Honor. The notebook, you noted that the stamped pages begin with 27 and end with 56, right?
That's correct.
So if my math is correct, that's 29 pages. Would you agree with me?
Sure, I'm clearly not good at counting, so.
Just take the plunge with me here?
Sure.
In addition, the first 2 pages, I guess, the first page and the back of that first page are not stamped. Is that right?
Correct, and also they're not graph paper like their other pages.
And just that first page just has the questions on it. And the 2 questions are apparently, number 1, what is the meaning of life, right?
Correct.
And what is the meaning of death is the second question.
That's correct.
And then we see that symbol that we saw that was located both on the sticky note and on the calendar in the apartment on Paris Street, correct?
That's correct.
Now, of the then 31 pages, you reviewed with counsel pages that related to planning at the theater, is the way you characterized it, I think, or counsel did. Is that right?
That'd be correct.
And those were pages 48, 49, 50, 51, and then half of 52 being that diagram that you just most recently described, correct?
Correct. I would say that those were the explicit pages reference the planning.
Yes, and there were a few other isolated quotations that counsel had you read from the notebook as well, other than contained in those pages. Is that right? The section about the weapons, for example.
Yes, I would agree with that. Again, this is I would say the explicit reference to planning. Yes.
Now, if I can just go through a little bit, and understanding that the jury's going to get to read this, immediately following the questions on page 2, if I could have page 2, ma'am, of People's Exhibit 341. Now, this appears to be, well, what it says, and I'm sorry, can I have page, what I guess is page 3 then? This appears to be addressed to somebody, to 3 different people, is that right?
That's correct.
Goober, Chrissy, and Bobo, and it says love yous, Y-U-H-S, correct?
That is correct.
And you're aware that this refers to Mr. Holmes' family members, is that right?
Correct. Mother, sister, father, in that order.
If I could have the following page, which is stamped 27, please. The next section of this notebook is, I guess, entitled Insights into the Mind of Madness. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
And there's some writing down here about men being uncreated equal and what is equal to. And then there's a series of stick figure diagrams and zeros and ones, correct?
That's correct.
And then on the bottom of the page there's a stick figure, and it says equals to infinity, parens, priceless / unlimited value, good. And then there are a series of 10 infinity symbols within quotation marks, correct?
That's correct.
Under that, it has what appears to be some kind of a design or something, and then 10 zeros in quotation marks, right?
Correct.
And then at the bottom, it says equal to question mark, infinity or zero or negative infinity. Murderer value may be equal to dead, equal may equal priceless. And then there's a star saying by similar reasoning, equal equals negative infinity, parens, unlimited value, evil, parens may be possible, correct?
That's correct.
And there's another similar kind of equation, I guess, underneath that, on the bottom of that first page, right?
That's correct.
If we can go on to page 28, please. Here there appears to be more discussion of what equal equals and zero equals and negative infinity and positive infinity and some questions about justice and those type of questions, correct?
Correct.
Do you see at the bottom where it has, if life has no value, all is just, life and death are not demarcated, any and all actions have no import on anything, moral imbeciles are those who side with zero or negative infinity. The ideals of society are founded on positive infinity. Correct?
With the exception of import, I believe that's impact.
Impact, correct. Thank you for correcting me. And that continues on to page 29, if I could have that, please. There seems to be more of a discussion there about all men created equal and all men created unequal, and then says my mind, and there's some kind of a symbol there, a line with two arrows going in opposite directions, and then a zero in the middle and negative infinity and positive infinity on opposite ends of the line, right?
Correct, and a check mark above the zero.
Check mark above the zero. And under that, there's a discussion of life's fallback solution to all problems, death, hyphen death, multiplying both sides of an equation by 0 when mankind can't find truth, comma, untruth is converted to truth via violence, parens times 0. Correct?
Correct.
And then there's some more equations. And then at the bottom of the page, it says violence is a false response to truth while giving the illusion of truth. This is widely understood with murder being unjust. However, mankind hasn't found a better alternative, and there is still mass violence, war, and unfortunately, these forms of violence are misleadingly still justified. And then at the end it says, I have spent my entire life seeking this alternative so that the questions of how to live and what to live for may be addressed. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
If I could have page 30, please. Now, page 30 seems to address alternatives to death, and generally speaking, there are 4 different alternatives. Ignore the problem, delay the problem, pawn the problem, and then love, hate at the bottom, correct?
That's correct.
And understanding that the jury is going to be able to read through all of this, there appears to be a discussion, a brief discussion of each separate topic there.
With the exception of the 4th, love, hate. Yes.
And what's at the bottom there is there's some kind of 3 different curved lines there, and then it says, despite knowing, death is false and a suboptimal response. I couldn't find a working alternative, period. If all of, continued on to 31, please, ma'am, life is dead, then the questions, dash, why should life exist, question mark, what is the purpose of living, question mark, are then 0, semicolon, irrelevant, correct? Did I read that right?
I just think it's a comma, and that's the dot above the I for irrelevant, but yes.
Okay, it's not a semicolon, okay. And then we have a section here that is entitled Self-Diagnosis of Broken Mind, correct?
Correct.
And then there's just a list of what appear to be psychological terms, I guess, for want of a better description. Symptoms or diagnoses or things along that line. Is that fair?
I would agree with that.
And on the next page, 32, please, ma'am, talks about symptoms attributed to self-diagnosis, correct?
Correct.
And different symptoms are mentioned. Catatonia is the first one, is that right?
Yes.
Developed recently, often lasts for 3 to 5 hours in the middle of the day. If present in morning, and I know it isn't particularly bad, can goad myself to move by thinking, quote, Bambi, get up, you must get up, end quote, correct?
Correct.
Excessive fatigue is the next bullet point, correct?
Correct.
Present from beginning of undergraduate studies, right?
Correct.
Isolationism is the next bullet point, correct?
Correct.
The next one is avoid social interactions, correct?
Correct.
99% of the time will not initiate a conversation. If discourse is unavoidable or avoidant action socially unacceptable, responses will be short or in question form to have the other person be the one talking, correct?
Correct.
And then under that it says, brief periods of invincibility. Actions are in hyperspeed. Developed in last 3 months. Occurs typically 3 to 4 days a week, lasting all day, with possible interludes of catatonia. Correct?
Correct.
Now, in the last 3 months, since the mailing of this notebook anyways, that we would be talking about the spring of 2012, correct?
I'm sorry, I don't know what you're referencing.
He's talking about the last 3 months. And if this was mailed in July of 2012, we would be talking about somewhere in the period of May, June, July. Is that fair?
Well, that would be an inference one, I guess, could make. There's no dates associated with anything in this notebook. There are entries that, based on other things known, you can sort of imply a rough estimate of time, but I'm not sure what he's referencing here and developed in the last 3 months. I don't know when this was written, this portion.
You don't know exactly when the notebook was written?
This portion that you're speaking about, no.
And you don't know whether this notebook was written all in one sitting, or whether it was written over time, do you?
No, again, well, it's clear that there's portions that are certainly over time. Like I said, there are instances in here that, based on other known knowledge, you have a very close idea of when that entry was made, and that can be the case for a number of entries. And then there are large portions where you can't, I don't think you can say with any kind of certainty when it was authored.
You can't
could.
tell whether it was all authored in close proximity to one another or at different times. Fair to
It's
say.
clear that there are entries at different times.
As we go on to page 33, please, ma'am. I guess we're already there, maybe not. There's a reference to tiredness. Then there's a reference to quick fleeting movements in peripheral vision, kind of like a light flicker. Other times, dark, splotchy movement in peripheral vision, like a crow or a beetle. Occurrence rate 1 to 3 times per day/night. Onset unknown, but more than 1 year ago. When gaze is shifted to identify movement, no source or potential source for its cause present, correct?
Correct.
The next bullet point, it talks about a proclivity to scan the environment with no target in mind. Typically occurs alongside apathy in a boring situation when someone is giving a presentation or otherwise rambling about frivolous information. Rate often onset child, correct?
Correct. I think the only portion is the second line, no target or object. I think you just forgot to say or object.
Or object. Thank you, sir. The next bullet point, he talks about recurrent return to mirror to look at appearance, correct?
Correct.
Concern with teeth, on to page 34. Concern with nose, and there's continues to be concerns with physical symptoms down page 34. Is that right?
That's correct.
The bottom of page 34, the second to the bottom bullet point talks about an inability to communicate what I want to say. Although I can understand it, typically have an image in my mind but can't say images.
I'm sorry, where were you referencing, Mr. King?
The second to the bottom bullet point on page 34, sir. You see that?
I am. I'm just reading it. One moment. That's correct.
Then the bottom bullet point says difficulty in concentrating or focusing on anything for more than 15 minutes, and created a learning strategy of studying 15 minutes, then watching TV and repeat. Very effective, but only in isolation, correct?
Yes, on the second line, it's anything longer than, not anything more than.
Thank you, sir. Now on page 35, if I could have that, ma'am. He makes reference to the real me fighting the biological me, correct? It says that view myself as divided. Is that right?
I see the portion, top sentence, top bullet point, view myself as divided, yes.
And then
below that, there's the reference to the biological me.
Right. And the next sentence is the real me is fighting the biological me. Is that right?
Yes, it'd be the third sentence, it looks like, of that paragraph.
Then there's a reference to falling asleep. Third bullet point is back pain. Fourth bullet point has to do with hair pulling. Is that right?
Correct.
First was at the back of the head. quote, bald spot, 10th grade. When someone mentioned it, I was going bald. Someone mentioned it was going bald, it looks like. Is that what it looks like to you?
Yes.
I switched location, sideburns, dash, late high school, period. Widow's Peak, early college, period. Under chin and jaw, late college, period. Most recently, eyebrows and eyelashes, correct?
Correct.
And then following that, on the last bullet point on page 35 is the obsession to kill quotation that you read with Ms. Pearson on direct examination. Is that right?
Correct.
And you read, if we can have on to page 36, please, as well. You also read that first portion above the red line there on 36 with Ms. Pearson. Is that right?
Correct.
Ending with the national forests.
Correct.
And what it says finally there, it says, and finally, comma, the last escape, comma, mass murder at the movies, period. Correct?
Correct.
First obsession onset more than 10 years ago. Correct?
Correct.
So anyways, that's my mind, period. It is broken. I tried to fix it, period. I made it my sole conviction, but using something that's broken to fix itself proved, and it looks like insurmountable kind of underneath there. Is that the way you interpret that too?
Yes, that's what I believe it says.
Neuroscience seemed like the way to go, but it didn't pan out, correct?
Correct.
In order to rehabilitate the broken mind, my soul must be eviscerated. I could not sacrifice my soul to have a normal mind. Despite my biological shortcomings, I have fought and fought. Correct?
Correct.
Always defending against predetermination and the fallibility of man. There is one more battle to fight with life, to face death, embrace the long-standing hatred of mankind, and overcome all fear and certain death. Correct?
Correct.
And then again, we have that symbol at the bottom.
Correct.
On page 37, if I can have that, ma'am, and I'm just going to speed up through this process here. We have a caption called Crazy Concepts, is that right?
Correct.
And then we have a couple of different sections. There's one section called Futility, correct?
Correct.
Then there's one, Homo Sapiens is how it's entitled.
Correct.
And there's a mention of the Garden of Eden, Prometheus, and then Faust. Fair?
Correct.
Then there's a section called Nothing. Correct?
Correct.
And that says easily recognized, but can it be understood, question mark. As soon as nothing is described, nothing attains features of something. Even the very symbolic encapsulation of the word nothing is a description, period. Many people may view it as black or darkness, but there are things in of themselves, period. Nothing. Correct?
Correct.
On page 38, we have a caption discussing the blind there. And then again, we have the number line it's entitled, and there's a couple different number lines there with some commentary. Is that right?
Correct. It's like a scale line with 3 values.
Weak, average, and strong.
Correct.
And then there are 2 scale lines below that that are not marked, right?
Correct.
The bottom of the page, it says survival fitness is fixed when compared to man versus nature, period, but man versus nature is relative. Correct?
No, that would be man versus man is relative.
Man versus man is relative. Thank you. On the next page, we have a discussion of, well, everything is at the top of the page, and then under that is the ripple/butterfly effect and unity, right?
Correct.
On to page 40, please, ma'am. There's more of the discussion the jury can read about unity and the universe there. And then he begins a series of writing the word why with a question mark. Is that right? Halfway down page 40?
Yes.
And that continues on page 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, and 47, correct?
Correct.
And it seems like the whys are getting a little bigger as we go along. It starts out with 5 to a line, and then we have 4 to a line, and then 3, and then 2, and then 1 on the last page. Fair to say?
Correct. The wording's larger and there's less of them per page.
Excuse me. Then we have the section that we discussed before about the planning in the theater. And immediately following that on page 52, if I could have that, ma'am, there's a section entitled The Shrinks. And number 1 is, it says Mel, last name unknown.
Correct.
Correct? And then underneath that, there's a 1.5, correct?
Correct.
Evaluator Margaret Roth. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then number 2 is Lynn Fenton, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware Lynn Fenton was the psychiatrist that was seeing him at the University of Colorado.
I am.
And number 3 is Robert Feinstein or Feinstein. And that's also a psychiatrist at CU that saw him in, along with Ms. Fenton on the last 2 visits. Is that right?
That's correct.
Under 1, it says family therapy with Mel revealed nothing so as to not appear weak amongst family, correct?
Correct.
Was a kid at the time. Parasuicide, quote, comma, excuse me. Mother noticed, asked what happened, comma, replied paper cut, period. No further investigation, dash, clean bill of health, period. Decided to dedicate life to killing others so that I could live. Correct?
Correct.
1.5 on the top of page 53, if I may, ma'am. Requested appointment for anxiety, diagnosed with anxiety or depression, parens, diagnosis unknown, possibly to avoid stigmatization, referred to psychiatrist, correct?
That's correct.
And that seems to relate back to Margaret Roth. Would you agree with me there?
Yes, based on the numbering.
The number, right? And then number 2, it says, which seems to relate back to Dr. Fenton, it says immediately prescribed antidepressants, correct?
Correct.
Parens fast-acting dash benzos, comma, long-lasting SSRIs dash sertraline, close parens. Sertraline primarily antidepressant, not anxiolytic. Anxiolytic is how I would pronounce that. Is that how you would pronounce that?
We'll go with that.
Number 3, anxiety and depression, both serotonergic system anyway, though. Is that how you read that, sir?
Yes.
No effect when needed, period. First appearance of mania occurs, comma, not good mania, correct?
Correct.
Anxiety and fear disappears, period. No more fear of failure. Fear of failure drove determination to improve, better, and succeed in life, period. No fear of consequences. Primary drive reversion to hatred of mankind. Intense aversion of people, cause unknown. Began long ago, suppressed by greater fear of others. No more fear, hatred unchecked. Start small. And this is where you begin the section where you read on direct examination about the purchasing of the different weapons he describes there, correct?
Correct.
And it ends, that's the section that you read before ends with practice shooting at Byers Canyon rifle range. The next line is can't tell the mind rapist's plan, period. If plan is disclosed, both normal life and ideal enactment on hatred failed. Correct?
I would say foiled.
Foiled. Okay. On page 54, that discussion continues. About halfway down the page, after it says, I attempted to see if I could pass exams as myself and not by fear, fail. I was fear incarnate, love gone, motivation directed to hate and obsessions, which didn't disappear for some reason with the drugs. And I can't read what that says. How would you read that?
Yes, that's the only word in this notebook that I can't make out. The one in between disappear for, and then, I don't know what that word is, reason with the drugs.
And then no consequence, no fear, alone, isolated, no work for distractions, no reason to seek self-actualization. Embrace the hatred of dark night rises was what you read before. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then at the bottom of the page, we have the symbol again. We have a 0, an infinity, a 1, and then we've got some kind of a drawing down there on the left. Can I have page 54, please, ma'am? And then 55. And on this page, sir, there's a section about faith. It says faith. What kind of God commands his people not to murder, yet cowers behind free will, it says. And then reason, the reason why life should exist is as arbitrary as the reason why it shouldn't. Life shouldn't exist. And that's the last narrative writing in the notebook, is that right?
That's the last narrative. There's writing on the back of page 56.
Just there's a website there in the backspace, right?
There's some internet network pathway reference, and then there's some other writing.
Freedom in death?
Correct.
Yes.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, sir.
Do you have any redirect, Ms. Pearson?
I don't have any additional questions, Your Honor.
And the jury does not appear to have any questions for this witness. May this witness return to his seat?
May, Your Honor, he will remain under subpoena for us.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, will counsel approach, please? All right, members of the jury, I'm going to give you a little time now to review the copy of the exhibit that each of you has been provided with. That again is Exhibit P-TR-341. So rather than have one single copy passed around. Each of you has a copy, and we'll let each of you have a chance to review it. I'll give you about 10 minutes or so, all right? Thank you. I see that a few of you are still reviewing the exhibit. I'll give you 5 more minutes and then we'll retrieve the copies from you, okay? Please keep in mind that all exhibits that are admitted, you'll have access to during your deliberations. All right, folks, we're gonna retrieve your copies of Exhibit P-TR-341 at this time. All right, we have all 24 copies back. Thank you. All right, call your next witness, please.
people call Robert Hatch.
Good afternoon, sir. If I could have you raise your right hand so that I can administer an oath, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names?
Yes, it's Robert Beecher Hatch. First name is Robert. Middle name is Beecher. Last name Hatch.
Mr. Edson, you may proceed.
How are you employed?
I am an asset protection investigator for eBay Incorporated.
Are you familiar with a company by the name of PayPal?
Yes, PayPal is a fully owned subsidiary company of eBay Incorporated.
Do you also work for PayPal?
Yes.
Are you a custodian of records for PayPal?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been in your current position with PayPal?
3 years.
Are you familiar with the computerized records and customer information associated with PayPal accounts?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please?
You may.
I've handed you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 794. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is the records that were provided by PayPal in response to requests from law enforcement.
Is there a particular customer name associated with the records in 794?
Yes.
Who is that customer?
James Holmes.
Is there a particular physical address associated with that customer?
On the first example, under user demographics, we have the address 1690 Paris Street.
Is that fair to say in Aurora, Colorado?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity prior to testifying here today, had an opportunity to view the records that are contained within People's Exhibit 794?
Yes, I have.
Upon your review, are the records contained within People's Exhibit 794 fair and accurate records associated with PayPal accounts from James Holmes?
Yes.
Can you just tell us in general, what is PayPal?
PayPal is a digital wallet service allowing customers to send and receive money as well as make payments to online merchants using a credit card or bank account without ever sharing their financial details with their transaction partner.
Some of us may have heard about eBay. Can you just explain if there's any connection between PayPal and eBay as far as the businesses?
Yes, so eBay is an online marketplace where buyers and sellers can connect to transact and buy and sell goods all over the world. PayPal was acquired by eBay and has been the payment industry preferred on eBay. It is a fully owned subsidiary of eBay Incorporated and is related to eBay through that process.
Just so we're all clear, People's Exhibit 794 and the records contained therein, fair to say they deal with PayPal, not eBay?
Correct.
To the best of your knowledge, the records contained within People's Exhibit 794, have they been manipulated, changed in any sort of way?
No.
People's Exhibit 794, are those computer-generated records?
Yes, these were records that were created through the PayPal system. As part of our regular course of business, we maintain records on the activity of our customers. The information contained in this exhibit are excerpts of those records specific to the accounts included.
How many accounts are we referring to here in this exhibit?
There are 2 accounts.
Do they both register to James Holmes?
Yes.
The computer entries that are associated with People's Exhibit 794, are they made in the regular course of PayPal's business?
Yes.
those participating in the making of the records contained in People's Exhibit 794, were they acting in PayPal's ordinary and normal course of business?
Yes.
The input procedures associated with People's Exhibit 94, are they accurate?
Yes.
The entries that are contained within People's Exhibit 794 as computerized entries, are they made within a reasonable time after the transaction?
Yes.
Explain that for me, please.
So the recording process would either be instantaneous, that is, the record is created in real time at the same time the information is put into PayPal's system, or almost immediately thereafter due to server delays, but it would be as quickly as possible to ensure that the information is accurately recorded.
The information that's contained within People's Exhibit 794, has it been transmitted by someone like yourself that has knowledge of the particular contents of those records?
Yes.
The information, again, within People's Exhibit 794, based upon your knowledge as a custodian of records, are they kept and maintained in the ordinary and regular course of business of PayPal?
Yes, they are.
The records, such as these in 794, are they regularly received, maintained, and relied upon by PayPal in their normal and ordinary course of business?
Yes, these records and similar account information is used by PayPal as part of our both risk and fraud mitigation efforts, as well as in regular customer support functions. So they are used regularly.
This time, Judge, I would move for admission of People's Exhibit 794.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Without objection, P-TR-794 is admitted.
Permission to publish selected pages, Your Honor.
The request is granted.
If I could please have the first page of People's Exhibit 794. Sir, a couple of things here. We have on the screen, page 794, page 1 of 794. I think it's also on your computer screen in front of you. We're going to highlight a couple of things. If you feel the need to point anything out, let me know and we can accommodate that, but I'm just going to try and walk you through as best we can. The top here, we see a user demographics, 1690 Paris Street. Do you see where I'm referring to?
Yes.
Can you just describe, just in general for the jury, the two different accounts that are on this first page, please?
Yes, so what this page is the result of a search through PayPal's database. All customers on PayPal, when you create an account or when an account is created for you, the information about your account is maintained in a database, similar to like a phone book. So this user demographics page is based on a search of PayPal's database for the address 1690 Paris Street.
And does that associate with James Holmes?
Yes, the two accounts listed there are both showing with the registered name of James Holmes at that address.
The first account, does it associate with a particular email address?
Yes, the primary email address is dsherlockb@hotmail.com.
The first, and when I'm saying first, I'm talking the first of the two entries there. Is that its own particular account?
Yes, so the first column under customer ID, those are unique account numbers. Similar to a social security number, that's a unique identifier for each PayPal account. There can be no duplication, and there will never be a second PayPal account with that same account number.
The account that's associated with the dsherlockb@hotmail.com, does that have a last used number, if that makes sense?
I'm sorry, do you mean the last used date or
Yes.
last accessed IP address?
Yes, the date.
Yes, the date was July 17th, 2012.
Is there also an IP address associated with that?
Yes, the last IP address used to log into the account is 67.166.38.7.
Fair to say you're retrieving the information about the last date of use to the far right column that we have on the screen now, that's 7/17/2012?
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. The second account, I see a different email address. I also see a very different date of last activity. I just would like you to describe for the jury what that means.
Yes, so this account, you'll notice the email address is at dcc.paypal.com. This is not a normal PayPal account that was registered by a user through the website paypal.com. This is an account that was created as part of the checkout process with a merchant who uses PayPal. So it's a little complicated. So if I send a credit card payment and I'm checking out on, say, toysrus.com, they give me the option to put in my credit card details, my shipping address, my billing address. Then when I do that, if toysrus.com processes their payments through PayPal, PayPal needs to create an account to send that money, to have an account to link to that credit card.
Is that what happened in this case?
Not that necessarily that merchant, but yes, someone keyed in the credit card details, and the name, address, everything, all of the demographic information on that DCC PayPal account was pulled from the information that was supplied to the merchant during that checkout process.
Okay, so just for our purposes, the last date associated with the second account, I see that it's something to the effect of December 31st, 1969. Is that an accurate date?
No, so that's what's called a null value, or just a placeholder for a 0 in our system. You'll notice the column heading is customer last web access date. Because this is not a fully functional PayPal account, there's no way to log into it through paypal.com. There's no valid date for the last time it was accessed. And so that date is just a null value.
Can we have the second page of People's Exhibit 794, please? If I could direct your attention to the email portion. Well, first of all, just the user info, fair to say that's the customer's name?
Yes.
We could just scroll down here a bit to the email address. I see there's 3 different emails. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is this the information that shows you as the primary email being the dsherlockb@hotmail?
Yes.
If we could just scroll down a bit more for us, please. Right there, under phone numbers, I see 2 different phone numbers, but I see one in bold. What does that mean?
That means that that's what our system has identified as the best number to reach the customer at. As I mentioned, these are customer service tools that we use in the regular course of business. So it's bolded to indicate that's the phone number if you need to reach the customer to try first.
If we could scroll down just to the bottom section that says IP summary, please. Do you see that on there, sir?
Yes, I do.
What I'm going to direct your attention to is the top line of the IPs. It begins with a 67. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that the same IP address that you previously read?
Yes.
Show us here how we know that this was the IP address last used in this particular PayPal account.
So on this screen, it has the first and last used date by IP address. So you'll notice that it has the number of logins, the first used date of June 29th, 2012, and then the last used specific to that IP address of July 17th, 2012. So on this page, that last used criteria is specific to that IP address.
If we could go to the third page of People's Exhibit 794, please. We can leave it right there. Do you see the section that says banks?
Yes.
You don't have to go in great detail, but just tell us what are we looking at there? What does that refer to?
So this is the financial information on this specific PayPal account, both the bank and credit cards that have been added by the user to be a funding source for PayPal to act as a digital wallet. So you can see there are both a single bank and credit card that have been used as or added to be used as potential funding sources for PayPal transactions.
What is the banking institution that's associated with this PayPal account?
It is Point Loma Credit Union.
And just to the far right, what are the last 4 digits of that bank account number, please?
5566.
What is the credit card associated with this PayPal account?
It is a MasterCard.
And the last 4 digits of that card number?
Are 2217.
We could go to the 4th page of People's Exhibit 794, please. We could just look at the top box there. Well, first of all, before we even do that, what is this in general, this information?
So this is a PayPal activity log. Anytime a user logs into their account, whether it's through a mobile device or paypal.com, the IP address and what is done through that login is captured and recorded by PayPal through the regular course of business. So what you're looking at here is the activity log of the login and log out activity for the D Sherlock B PayPal account.
If we could just scroll into the top line there, please. That July 17th line, do you see where I'm referring to?
Yes.
Just, what does that tell us, that information there?
So that's saying that on July 17th, there was a web login, so logging in through the website paypal.com from the IP address 67.166.38.7 that was successful.
If we could go to the 7th page of People's Exhibit 794, please. What does this page detail in general?
This is a PayPal transaction log, similar to how the activity log records all of the login and log out activity. This is recording money coming into and going out of a PayPal account.
I'd like to focus your attention first on I believe it's the top 3 lines that are associated with July 17th, 2007. Do you see where I'm referring to?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain for the jury what those lines entail?
Yeah, so looking at the bottom of the 3 where it says authorization under the type column, this is a transaction, a payment being made to the business Fandango. So the first line from the bottom is the authorization, us sending a request to the bank to pull funds for this payment. The second, where under the name column it has 3 periods, is a transfer from the bank account on file to add funds to pay for the transaction. And the third, the top line, is a payment to the business name Fandango being submitted through their website.
Fair to say the second column shows the times roughly associated with that transaction?
Yes.
And fair to say this is an online transaction?
Yes.
You still have in front of you People's Exhibit 794. If we could just scroll back out of page 7 there, please. If I could just have the top 3 lines in their entirety, if we can capture them. There we go. Those cover the Fandango purchase you were just referring to?
Yes.
What was the total amount of that purchase?
It was $7.75.
Okay. Do you still have People's Exhibit 794 in front of you?
Yes.
Could you just go to the page that we are showing here, that's the 7th page, just so you have it in front of you there?
Yes.
Do you have that?
Mm-hmm.
What I'd like you to do is, if you could just describe for the jury, aside from Fandango, I don't want to go in detail through all of them, but what were some of the other merchants associated in dates, please?
On July 6th, there was a payment to a business named Blue Defense. Then on July 4th, there was a payment to RemoteFiringSystems.com. Then on July 2nd, a payment to LensSmart.com. And also on July 2nd, an online payment processing business and a payment to Blue Defense. And the first payment showing on July 2nd is to MilitaryGear.com.
If we could just have the 7th page of 794 in its entirety, please. Hard to read it on the screen like that, but the information that you just read from as far as the merchants and the dates, is it contained within this page that's shown on the screen here?
Yes.
If we could go to the 8th page of People's Exhibit 794. Just in general, what are we looking at here?
So this is called a transaction details page. What we were just looking at was the transaction log, like an accounting log or an audit log. This transaction details page contains all of the information captured by the PayPal system specific to this transaction, such as the shipping address, merchant details, any item information, that kind of stuff.
This transaction, what is the merchant?
The merchant in this is LensSmart.com.
How much was the purchase for?
It was for $251.97.
And what was the date of this transaction?
July 2nd, 2012.
If we could have the 9th page of People's Exhibit 794, please. What is this transaction related to as far as merchant?
This is to MilitaryGear.com.
What was the date of this transaction?
July 2nd, 2012.
What was the total amount of this transaction?
$306.79.
If we could have page 11 of People's Exhibit 794, please. What is this transaction related to?
The merchant name is Blue Defense.
What was the, we might have to scroll down a little. There you go. What was the date of this transaction?
The date that it was initiated was July 2nd. The date that it completed was July 6th.
What was the total amount?
$858.
Now, to the best of your review of these records, does it appear that these have been successful transactions that we're referring to?
Yes.
We could please have the 13th page of People's Exhibit 794, please. What is the merchant here?
RemoteFiringSystems.com.
What was the date of this transaction?
July 4th, 2012.
And the amount?
Was $522, or excuse me, $544 with shipping.
If we could go to page 15 of People's Exhibit 794, please. A couple of things on this one. First of all, based on your review of this transaction, can you tell who the merchant is?
So the merchant name on the PayPal account is Online Payment Processing, but based on my review, the email address domain for the receiving PayPal account is goldstrikecommercecompany.com.
I would like to refer your attention down to the bottom of that same page if you have it in front of you. Is there an information containing a referring URL?
Yes, so this payment was submitted from the website bulletproofbodyarmorhq.com.
What was the date of this transaction?
It was initiated on July 2nd and completed on July 6th.
And the total amount, please?
The total amount was $903.67.
If we could go to the 17th page of People's Exhibit 794. What does this refer to?
This is the transaction we were looking at on the transaction log for the payment on July 17th to Fandango.
We could go to the 19th page of People Exhibit 794. We just go to the top portion. Fair to say this is the second account you were referring to?
Yes.
Does this account also associate with James Holmes?
Yes, it does.
If you could scroll down just a bit, please, to the email address there. In that middle section, the email address, the dccpaypal.com, is that the primary that you were referring to previously?
Yes.
We could go to the 20th page of People's Exhibit 794, please. The banks and credit card information, can you talk about those two sections, please?
Yes. Similar to the last account information page we looked at, this is the financial details that are on file with this account. Even though a customer can't log in and access this account as normal, when a credit card payment is submitted, that credit card is added to the DCC PayPal account. And so the credit card, the MasterCard you're seeing there, is the one that was keyed into a website to submit the payments that created this account.
Now, if someone orders via PayPal and the method of payment that you're referring to is something like this MasterCard, how is that going to show up on the customer's records, their credit card records? Is it going to come from the actual place they're buying it from, or is it going to come via PayPal?
So,
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
Sustained, but I'll let you establish some foundation.
Sure. Are you first of all, you are a custodian of records for PayPal?
yes,
Have you also received training about how PayPal transactions work?
yes,
Have you received training with how PayPal transactions work with various banks?
Yes,
Have you received training and have knowledge about how various PayPal transactions associate with credit cards?
yes,
Are you also familiar with how that would show up on credit card statements from customers?
yes.
So my question again is, explain for the jury, please, if an individual purchases an item, but they do it via PayPal, but the information that's contained in that account is a credit card, how does that show up on their credit card statement?
So it can vary depending on merchant by merchant, because when you set up an account as a PayPal merchant, one of the fields that you provide to PayPal is the credit card statement name. So if I'm a PayPal business and I set, when someone charges a credit card to my business, I want it to show on their statement, PayPal Rob Hatch. Then any card that I charge through my business, that's what will show on their statement. So the exact statement details are actually set up by the merchant themselves.
The credit card, MasterCard, what are the last four digits of that MasterCard on this account?
2217.
We could go to the 22nd page of People's Exhibit 794, please. What does this transaction refer to?
This is the transaction details page for a payment made from that DCC account on June 19th, 2012.
I'm going to direct down just a bit further down this page, information containing payment sent to. Do you see that information? We could scroll down just a little.
Yes.
All right. Who does that refer to?
The receiving PayPal account for this payment was bill@bulletblocker.com.
And what was the total for this transaction?
$787.09.
Your Honor, can I have 1 moment, please?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Is there any cross-examination, Ms. Higgs?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Your Honor, may I approach and retrieve that exhibit, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Can I get page 2, I believe it would be, of this exhibit? Yes, thank you. So you can see that page there on your screen, is that right?
Yes, I can.
And can you tell me the creation date of that particular account?
Yes, November 27th, 2008.
And just to be clear for the jury, this is the account ending in 4525?
Yes,
So this would be the account where Mr. Holmes could log on to PayPal, is that right?
correct,
And choose to use PayPal as his payment method for purchases, correct?
correct.
You discussed with the jury several transactions with regard to this particular account. And that would be page 7, please. Thank you. Now, I see that sort of the date range on these transactions are between July 2nd, 2012 and July 17th of 2012, correct?
Correct.
The creation date of the account going back to 2008, the creation date would be the date that the kind of the first time the account was used or something was purchased, and this account was created, correct?
It's the date that the user agreement for PayPal was accepted, not necessarily the date of the first transaction. But yes, that is the date that the account was established.
Okay. And with regard to the user agreement that PayPal has with its customers, it's my understanding that the terms of that user agreement allow PayPal some discretion in sharing this information, for example, at the request of law enforcement. Is that right?
Yes, our user agreement does allow us to provide user information to law enforcement in response to a lawful request for records.
And in order to actually have an account, one would have to have signed that user agreement. Is that correct?
Correct.
So with regard to this particular account, and the purchases that you discussed, is it fair to say that prior to July 2nd of 2012, there were really no similar purchases of this nature? Is that right?
I can't speak to that.
Is that because you don't have the entire transaction history in front of you?
Yes, if I don't have the transaction history from 2008 until July 1st, 2012 to review to make that analysis.
Okay. Would looking at that transaction history help you refresh your recollection with regard to that history?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
What number are we on? I'm going to mark this as Defense Exhibit DTR 23. And I'm going to show it to counsel, Mr. Efron. And Your Honor, if I may approach?
Yes, you may.
So if you take a look at that for a moment, and
Okay.
have you had a chance to look at that?
Yes.
And did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
In fact, prior to July 2nd of 2012, the most recent purchase to that appears to be back in basically 2010. Is that right? When we're talking about purchases.
So looking at the payment in 2010 that's just been brought in, that is a payment received from a Peter Tran. That is not a payment sent.
Okay, so then before that, it would actually be 2009.
Yes, it looks like the last payment sent from the account was on December 30th of 2009 to a Daisy M. Black.
Right, and I believe that was for a guinea pig cage.
I can't speak to that.
You go to the second page of that document.
Yes.
When you look at that payment history, the most expensive purchase on that account was about $48. Is that about right?
Yes.
And the items purchased, as indicated by that document, were a wholesale lot of sunglasses. Is that right?
Yes.
A Neverwinter Nights 2 PC US version. Is that correct?
Yes.
GRE prep course. Is that right?
Yes.
And a GRE workbook.
Yes.
And then the guinea pig cage, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to talk similarly about the other account, 6510.
Okay.
You said that's not a normal account.
Correct.
Okay, and I just want to clarify what you meant by that. It's not a normal account in the sense that a a customer wishing to purchase something creates an account that they can log into and then use repeatedly, is that right?
Yes, so a standard PayPal account would be an account that you or I create by going to paypal.com or using the mobile app, submitting our own information, creating the account through that process. A direct credit card account is not that account. What that is it's, as I spoke to earlier, it's an account created as part of the process to send a credit card payment through a merchant's checkout. So when a merchant chooses to accept credit cards through their website, they need to have some processor to actually process the credit card payment securely for them. Many merchants opt to use, instead of saying, check out with PayPal, where you would log in and use your normal PayPal account, they will use PayPal as the credit card processor, where it will look like a normal checkout on a website where you'll enter in your name, your billing address, your shipping details, and your financial details, like the credit card number. In some cases, when the merchant sets that up, the credit card number and those details, the billing and financial details provided, will be used to create a DCC PayPal account. That account, the reason for that is to send money from a credit card to the merchant's PayPal account, it needs to go first into a sending PayPal account. So if you think of it like a triangle where you have your credit card here and then your buyer up at the top, for the money to get down here to the merchant, it has to go from the credit card to a buyer account, which in this case is the DCC account, then down to the merchant.
So in that process, it is normal for PayPal to set up that DCC account when a merchant is choosing to use PayPal as their means of receiving funding, right?
Yes, it is it is how our system is set up to allow those credit card checkouts.
Okay. If somebody were checking out on a web page, how would they know if the merchant uses PayPal or not?
There is a PayPal logo at some point during the checkout process.
So that is not an account that Mr. Holmes himself could log into and use.
Correct. As a customer, he would have no access to that account.
Okay. So with regard to that account ending 6510, just give me a moment. If I could get page 18, please. Nope. Does this have page numbers on it? Thank you. I appreciate that. Clearly, my counting skills are not solid. So then page... Oh, that's very tiny. $19, please. Thank you. So now this is that account that you were talking about, account ending 6510, correct?
Yes.
The DCC account that PayPal would create because a merchant is doing funding through you, correct?
And if you look under the account info section, it says personal, unregistered, unverified. And that's kind of an easy way to tell this was an account registered as part of the checkout process rather than registered through the normal account registration process.
The creation of this account is October 18th of 2010, is that correct?
Yes.
And this account would be created by the first time a purchaser basically requested you to pay them.
Yes, the first time those specific credit card details were used with a merchant using that checkout process, any subsequent times that same credit card was used in that same checkout process by any PayPal merchant, it would be put into this account because this account is unique to that credit card number.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm with you. I understand that. Thank you. Because that was going to be my next question. Now, with regard to that account, and if I could get page 21, please. So again, sort of the date range that we're talking about here on this account is July 4th, 2012 through, or, I'm sorry. Can you tell me the date range? Because I can't read it. It's very tiny.
Yes, it appears to be June 4th, 2012 through June 21st, 2012.
Okay. And the account was created back in 2010. So prior to the June 4th purchase here, there were no previous purchases of a similar nature on this account. Is that right?
Again, I don't have the full log in front of me.
Would looking at that log refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as DTR 24. I'm showing that process. And if I may approach her now?
You may.
Go ahead and take a look at that, and then look up at me when you're finished, if you would, please. Oh, excellent, thank you. So prior to June 4th, 2012, all the previous payments were actually to one company, Interfolio Inc., is that right?
That is correct.
In amounts varying between like $6 and $23, is
Yes.
that right? And that was from sort of the creation of the account back in 2010 up through, it looks like September 18th of 2011.
Correct.
Thank you very much, sir. I don't have any other questions for you.
Any redirect?
Could I just look at the two defense exhibits, please, briefly?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. I have no further questions.
All right, and the jury does not have any questions for this witness. May this witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any objection?
No, sir, there's not.
All right, sir, thank you. All right, members of the jury, we're overdue for our afternoon break, so let's go ahead and take the break at this time. Please make sure that you abide by all of my advisements during the break. Let's take 20 minutes. I'll see you back here in 20. Thank you. The record should reflect the jury has exited the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. Is there anything we need to take up at this time on behalf of the people? No. On behalf of the defense?
No.
No. Okay, enjoy the break. Thank you. The court will be in recess. Please be seated. Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. We have a couple of scheduling issues. And one of them, my staff is still talking to one of the jurors about. The other one has to do with tomorrow. One of the jurors needs to attend a medical appointment. And so she has requested that we take an early lunch. I think her appointment is at 11:30. And so if we take our lunch break between 11 and 12:30, then she can make her appointment and we still only take an hour and a half. Is there any problem with that on behalf of the people? Everybody's nodding their head no?
We don't have a problem with that, Your Honor.
No.
Thank you.
Okay, or shaking their head no, I should say. And any problem on behalf of the defense?
No.
No, okay, thank you. All right, that's what we'll plan to do then. And then as soon as I know more about the other scheduling issue, I will let you know. Are the parties ready for the jury at this time?
We're ready, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Spengler?
Your Honor, I do have one brief issue. I expect that the next witness who's going to be called to introduce 2 911 calls that the witness made outside the theater. They're very short. I wanted to draw the court's attention to the 911 calls because the defense will be making a 403 and 401 and hearsay objection to the introduction of the 911 calls, and I wanted to draw the court's attention to that before the witness testified.
All right. These are not 911 recordings that I've ruled on?
You've not ruled on this.
All right. Again, it's helpful if you tell me ahead of time. Now we're gonna have to delay the jury. I'm finding out about this at the end of the break, so I'm not sure how many times I need to mention to the attorneys that it's always helpful if you tell me in advance that there's an issue coming up that I need to pay attention to. If I had known this, I would have listened to the 911 calls during the break. Ms. Tish McGuire?
Your Honor, I intend to introduce one 911 call only, but I would approach the bench with it if the court would like to listen to it.
All right, what's the exhibit number?
It's 1044.
All right, why don't you approach? Is there any objection, Ms. Spengler, to me listening to this?
No.
All right, I'm gonna have to step down and listen to this now, and then I'll let you know my ruling. You're objecting on relevance grounds, Rule 403, and also on hearsay grounds.
That's correct. I think the witness's testimony will certainly incorporate his injuries and his experience in Theater 8. That's my offer of proof as to why those problems exist with that exhibit.
And what's the people's response to the cumulative objection?
Your Honor, this call is the only 911 call from an injured victim talking about their injuries at the scene of the crime. So I think it's the best evidence the jury's heard of what those victims are actually going through when they realize they've been shot. And the people would also note to the court that we're really only interested in the first 40 seconds of that 911 call. If the court would like to limit the rest of that call, we're fine with that.
All right, what's the response to the hearsay objection?
Your Honor, it's an absolute excited utterance. He's right after the startling event experienced the crime and the shooting and is bleeding everywhere and talks about that in his 911 call.
And this is someone in auditorium number 8?
Correct, Your Honor.
Have I introduced any 911 calls from anyone in auditorium number 8?
You have not, Your Honor.
All right, let me listen to it and then I'll come back and give you my ruling. The court will be in recess. Thank you.
Please rise.
be seated. Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. I had an opportunity to review Exhibit P-TR-1044. There are two objections to the exhibit. The first objection is that the defense anticipates that it will be cumulative of the witness's testimony. And I find that to be unpersuasive. That's not rare when you have a 911 call. The witness usually is testifying, and then a foundation is laid for the 911 recording, and then the 911 recording is played if the court admits it into evidence. And so just the fact that the witness is going to be testifying about the event does not render the 911 recording inadmissible under Rule 401 or Rule 403. The recording is probative. It is probative of what allegedly took place on the night of July 19th into the early morning hours of July 20, 2012. And this is the first 911 recording that I will be allowing from someone in auditorium number 8. I have allowed a couple of 911 recordings from folks who were in auditorium number 9. I have not allowed any from someone who was in auditorium number 8. In terms of the hearsay objection, the prosecution's response is that they are seeking to introduce the exhibit under the excited utterance exception to the hearsay rule, which is at Colorado Rules of Evidence, Rule 8032. An excited utterance is a statement relating to a startling event or condition made while the declarant was under the stress of excitement caused by the event or condition. That's verbatim what Rule 8032 states. In order for a statement to be admitted as an excited utterance, the proponent of the statement must show, number one, that the event was sufficiently startling to render normal reflective thought processes of the observer inoperative. Number two, the statement must have been a spontaneous reaction to the event. And number three, there must be direct or circumstantial evidence that allows the jury to infer that the declarant had the opportunity to observe the startling event. That's from People versus Compan, C-O-M-P-A-N, 100 Pacific 3rd, 533, Colorado Court of Appeals case from 2004, affirmed by the Colorado Supreme Court at 121 Pacific 3rd, 876, Colorado 2005. Although there is no bright line time limitation for the exception, because the duration of stress will obviously vary with the intensity of the experience and the emotional endowment of the declarant, the statement must nonetheless evince a spontaneous reaction to a startling event rather than the operation of normal reflective thought processes. That's from People versus Stevenson, 56 Pacific 3rd, 1112, a Colorado Court of Appeals case from 2001. Assuming that the prosecution can lay the proper foundation for an excited utterance exception, this will be admitted. That again is P-TR-1044. Based on what I heard on the recording, this appears to have been a statement that relates to an event that was sufficiently startling to render normal reflective thought processes of the observer inoperative. This would have been a shooting, and so clearly a sufficiently startling event that would render anyone's normal reflective thoughts in suspension or thought processes in suspension. Number two, it sounds like the statement was made almost immediately after the shooting, so the statement was a spontaneous reaction to the event. And number three, direct or circumstantial evidence exists to allow the jury to infer that the declarant had the opportunity to observe the startling event. According to what I heard on the recording and based on the record made by Ms. Tish McGuire, this was someone who was in auditorium 8 during the shooting, and so he was in a position to observe what happened. Now, he may not have actually seen the shooting, but he was there and experienced the part of the shooting, at least in terms of being in auditorium 8 and some of the bullets that went through the wall that separated auditorium 8 from auditorium 9. So if the proper foundation is laid, I will allow this under the exception to the hearsay rule, and that is provided for in Rule 803-2, the excited utterance exception. So, Ms. Tish McGuire, if you may approach, please, to retrieve Exhibit P-TR-1044. Thank you. All right, let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has joined us again. Welcome back, folks. Thanks for your patience. Before I forget, there's a scheduling note for tomorrow. We're gonna plan on taking an early lunch break. It's still gonna be an hour and a half, but instead of the usual 12 to 1:30, we'll take it from 11 to 12:30. And we're doing that to accommodate somebody on the jury who has a medical appointment tomorrow, okay? So tomorrow, plan on taking our lunch break a little bit early, between 11 and 12:30. All right, with that, Ms. Tish McGuire, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Zachary Golditch.
Good afternoon. Could I have you raise your right hand so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, sir. Please be seated. Please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names.
Zachary Warren Goldich, Zackary, Warren Golditch.
Ms. Tish-McGuire, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Goldich.
Good afternoon.
Were you at the Century 16 movie theater on July 19th of 2012 in Aurora, Colorado?
Yes.
Did that go into the early morning hours of July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Could you please tell the jury a little bit about what you remember from the day of July 19th, 2012, prior to going to the movie theater that day?
I remember getting tickets to the movie theater, or to the show, weeks in advance, and I remember just being completely excited to go to the movie. I remember going to one of my friend's house, whose mom had purchased the tickets, and ended up going to Walmart, getting Batman masks, candy, to just hype up the show.
Who did you go to the movies with that night?
I went with Martin Varela, Devin Johnson, Kaylin Ingleson, and Jack Ingleson.
Could you tell the jury how old you were on July 19th of 2012?
I believe I was 17.
What time did you get to the movie theater that night?
Approximately, I'd have to say somewhere around 10.
What'd you do when you got to the movie theater?
Went to the theater and tried to find the best seats possible.
And what theater number did you go into that night?
Theater number 8.
Not theater number 9, but theater number 8.
Theater number 8.
Where did you find seats in theater number 8?
Right in the front, next to like the first row, the first elevated row, next close to the bars that come across, sitting over the first section seat on the ground.
Now, if this is the movie theater screen, are you closer to the right side or the left side?
To the right side.
What did you do while you were waiting for the movie to begin?
Just found friends, see who all was there. The movie theater was extremely packed, so there were tons of people there that I knew. And, you know, playing around with the Batman mask, the candy, just having a fun time waiting for the movie to start.
Do you recall anything unusual at all happening in Theater 8 prior to the movie beginning that night?
No.
Please tell the jury about what happened to the movie that night.
About the first gun scene in the movie, I think half hour in or so, there's a gun scene, and during this gun scene, I heard some firecracker sounds, several pops go off, and you know it startles my attention, and I look over my right shoulder to see a gentleman who had stood up and yelled some profound language. Obviously, he was in distress. I had seen a gash in his right forearm, and it had been bleeding. There was some smoke in the air, so which led me to believe that I thought that someone was throwing firecrackers down from the audience to scare the people out of the theater because it was a midnight showing, and some people just do that. As soon as that happens, just before I look back at the screen, I hear something hits me, and my ears start ringing extremely, extremely loud. You know, I think that a firecracker hit the back of my head. So I fall over into Jack's lap in pain, and realized, and I felt some liquid on my hands, and I knew it was blood because of the pain. So then I quickly jumped over the seat in front of me and ran out. And as I'm running out, I just remember looking down at my hands and seeing that the blood is just gushing out of my neck. And it's completely covered in my hand, and then I get to the lobby, and then I see the gentleman who had got hit in the arm was on the ground screaming for help. I look around, there's no one there. And then I continued forward, and I saw another friend of mine, and I asked him, said, how bad is it? You know, how bad is it? Because I had no clue what was going on. As soon as that happens, I look over and hear a lot of commotion to my left, and there were just people stampeding out of the Theater 9. Unaware of what was happening at the moment, besides the injuries to myself, and I needed serious help. I ran across the parking lot, across the street that separates the theater to the mall, and called 911. I talked to 911, and you know they're aware of what's happening because previous 911 calls 911 calls have been coming in. And then I continue down that street towards Exposition, I believe, Exposition and Staple, where I see some cars with lights on the top of them and thinking that they're police officers. I walked down and two people met me. They were actually construction workers on the road. And they asked me what was happening, and I told them I just needed help. And then they took me in, and they sat me down on the back of their truck, and they put a towel to my neck to stop the bleeding because it was bleeding a lot. And I'm waiting for help, and no one's coming.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Overruled.
You can continue, Mr. Golditch.
Ask your next question, please.
Sure, thanks, Your Honor. So after you were waiting on the edge of the truck, did eventually you get some medical attention?
Eventually, I was getting lightheaded from all the blood loss, and there was an officer at the corner, and the gentleman helping me asked the officer if he can take me to the hospital immediately.
Were you transported to the hospital?
Yes.
What hospital were you transported to?
Aurora South.
I want to back up a little bit. When you were talking to the jury about what you recall seeing in the theater, do you recall seeing any shooter ever in Theater 8?
No.
Do you recall seeing any guns in Theater 8?
No.
Do you recall seeing some smoke in Theater 8?
Yes.
Okay, could you tell the jury where you saw that smoke?
I saw the smoke when I looked up over my right shoulder. It looked like it had been coming close to the gentleman who got hit, in between him and the wall. But unaware of what was happening, I couldn't tell what the smoke was coming from.
Your Honor, at this time, with the court's permission, I would ask Mr. Golditch to take the cordless microphone and meet me at the diagram.
Yes.
Thank you. If you could grab that cordless microphone, please, Mr. Golditch. All right, Mr. Golditch, so this is the invisible line that was a wall between Theater 9 and Theater 8. So if you could please describe for the jury approximately where you were seated. Obviously, there would be more seats on the other side of Theater 8.
Where I would be sitting in the theater would be about right here.
Do you recall where your friends were seated?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury where your friends were seated?
It was Devin Johnson was sitting right here. Martin Rell was sitting right here. Jack Ingleson was sitting right here. I was sitting right here. And then Caitlin Ingleson was sitting right there.
Could you show the jury in this diagram where it was that you saw the smoke?
I saw the smoke coming from right around this area.
Could you show the jury where it was that you saw the gentleman who had been shot in the arm?
Roughly around this area as well.
And can you show the jury how it was that you were able to get over your seats and to leave the theater and show them your exit path?
Obviously, you can see in this diagram that there's an extra bar added right here. I was sitting right here and I jumped over the seat. I was sitting on the floor right here and exited out that exit.
All right, thank you very much. You can take your seat. Mr. Golditch, will you please tell the jury about what injuries you sustained?
I received a gunshot wound to the left side of my neck, right below my earlobe, with an exit wound in the back. The entry is right here.
Your Honor, if the record could reflect that Mr. Golditch just pointed right beneath his left ear. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, you can continue, Mr. Golditch.
The exit wound is in the back, and the bullet actually split into two pieces right here.
Your Honor, if I may approach Mr. Golditch, what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1128, 4538, 4540, 2034, 2033, and 4541.
Yes.
When I first draw your attention to Exhibit 1128, is that a diagram that you drew to describe where you were seated in theater number 8 on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Does it fairly and accurately represent what you remember from that night?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm not asking to publish that diagram, but I'm asking to admit People's Exhibit 1128.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, without objection, P-TR-1128 is admitted.
Right, and then as far as the other exhibits go, are those photographs of the injuries that you sustained on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the injuries you sustained on that night?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 4538, 4540, 2034, 2033, and 4541.
Ms. Spengler, do you have any objection to those exhibits?
No additional objection to those exhibits.
Are all of those exhibits subject to amended order D98B?
They are.
All right. Can I see those again, please? Thank you. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, for the reasons stated in
Thank you.
amended order D98B, the exhibits are admitted. That's P-TR-4538, 4540, 2034, 2033, 4541, and they all may be published.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I could please have 4538. All right, Mr. Goldrich, could you please tell the jury what they're seeing in this photograph?
This photograph is me after I had initially been to the hospital, and they probably obviously untreated at the moment, but I believe that they gave me some pain medication at this.
Can I please have 4540? All right, Mr. Goldrich, is that your left arm?
Yes.
All right, can I please have 2034? And is that your right hand, Mr. Goldrich?
Yes.
Can I please have 2033? And could I please have 4541? And could you please describe for the jury what they're seeing in that photograph?
This photograph shows the entry wound that's right below my left ear, and the 2 exit wounds towards the back of my neck.
Thank you very much. Mr. Goldrich, you told the jury that you made a call to 911 after you immediately fled the theater. Was that immediately after fleeing the theater that night?
Yes.
I wonder if I may approach Mr. Goldrich with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1044.
Yes.
Do you recognize your signature on that disc, Mr. Goldrich?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to listen to that CD?
Yes.
Is that CD a fair and accurate representation of the 911 call you made that night on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 1044.
Any additional objection?
No.
All right. Without additional objection and based on the record that I made before, P-TR-1044 is admitted. Would counsel please approach?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Tish McGuire, are you seeking to publish Exhibit P-TR-1044 at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to publish the first 40 seconds.
All right. You may do so.
Thank you.
And that's what's admitted.
Thank you.
Arapahoe 911, is this reference to shooting in Aurora?
Yes, ma'am, and I got shot. I got hit.
You were
I got
hit?
hit. Yes, I got
Okay,
hit.
hold on
My
a
head.
second. Do not hang up. Sir, do not hang
Yes,
up. I
ma'am.
need to bring Aurora on the phone, okay? Do not hang up.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Oh, my gosh. Ow.
Arapahoe County 911, what is the emergency?
I got shot. I got hit with something, and I'm bleeding a lot.
Sir, hold on a second. Paramedics on the phone, okay? Hold on just a second.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions for this witness.
Any cross-examination?
No.
And the jury does not appear to have any questions for this witness. May this witness be released from his subpoena?
Please, thank you, Your Honor.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
All right, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, the people call Los Samoa Cross to the stand.
Good afternoon. Could I have you raise your right hand for me so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm on a penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please be seated. Please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names.
Judge, I have 3 middle names. You want all 3 of them?
Yes, please.
Los Samoa, Matangofie, Lucio Catherine Cross. First name, Lasamoa. First middle name, Matagofie. Lucille, Lucille. Catherine, Kathryn, Cross. C as in cat, Ross.
Mr. Broccoli, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, would you tell us what you do for a living?
I'm a student for,
Where?
no, I'm just kidding.
Where are you?
I go to currently University of Colorado in Denver. I'm currently a student at the University of Colorado in Denver.
I want to take you back to July the 19th or 20th, 2012. Do you remember that time pretty well?
I do.
Were you a student back then?
I was.
Same place?
At the time I was a student at the Community College of Aurora.
Now, did you end up going to the movie that we're all here to talk about?
Yes.
What took you there?
Being a Batman fan, and just being avid moviegoers.
Did you go by yourself?
I went with my boyfriend, AJ Boyk.
Now, AJ sounds like initials. Do you know his name?
Alexander Jonathan Boyk.
How long had you known AJ?
I knew him.
Objection, Your Honor, 401 and 403.
Overruled.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I was a senior in high school. I knew him all through high school pretty much, but it was my senior year, his junior year that we got together.
Did you guys go together, or did you meet there?
We went together.
What did you do earlier in the day before you made the decision to go to the movie?
We had made the decision the week before on July 15th when we were on a camping trip with his cousin Amanda.
Objection, Your Honor, 401, 403.
Sustained.
And ma'am, that's a lot of information. Forgive me, part of it was probably because my question was bad. You made the decision the week earlier, and that's totally fine.
Yeah.
What did you do leading up to you going with AJ to the theater that night?
I was at hula practice that evening, hours before we went to the movie together, and he picked me up from there, and we went to the movie.
Now, at some point down the road, and we'll get there, when you're being examined for injuries, you have tape on your hands.
Yes. I had tape on my knuckles because of dancing with fire poi, and we used chains. And fire poi is just a long chain with flammable material at the bottom, and it's twirling. It's a traditional dance in New Zealand. And the chains gave me blisters on my knuckles.
I really want to ask why you would do that, but we'll get to the movie part. What time did you guys, first off, there was a little bit of intrigue with how you even ended up getting the tickets that you had planned to get from the week before. Tell us about that.
We didn't order our tickets until the night of, or the day of. AJ called in, and I ordered them on Fandango. He sent me his credit card information, and there was no confirmation email. So AJ went to Sentry and tried to confront them and ask them why there wasn't a ticket. We went to the kiosk and they weren't there, so he talked to someone at the counter, and he showed them the bank statement on his online banking that the money had been taken out, but he wasn't able to print the ticket, so they gave it to him there after having proved that they had already been purchased.
Man, you guys wanted to go to this movie.
Oh yeah, we were not stopping.
Okay. What time did you end up getting there to try to find seats?
We left my hula practice about 9:30. I got home and changed, and then we went to the movie theater about 10:15.
What was it like? Crowded when you got there?
I think there were probably 4 other couples in there, 8 people total, and then after a while it started to fill in pretty nice.
Had you guys been to this theater to see movies together before?
We had.
Relevance, 403.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, go ahead and say that again, ma'am.
We had been there before, even that summer. This was our home theater, it was right up the street, so.
Did you have specific seats or area of seats that you guys liked more than others?
We did. We sat in the row that had the rails in front of them, so that way we could put our feet up without disrupting people in front of us.
And were those seats available back on the night of the 19th?
The usual seats weren't, but along the way in that same row, there was another set of rails, so we just took that side of the theater seats instead.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm handing you what's been pre-marked here as People's Exhibit 1119. Take a look at that. Do you recognize that to be the interior of the theater that you saw that movie in back on the 19th and 20th of July, 2012?
Yes, it is.
Now, it's unmarked right now. What I'd like to ask you to do is to take a pen. There is one?
Yeah.
Yay. And if you would for us, indicate where you were sitting and where AJ was sitting.
Okay. Okay.
Now, that wasn't the only person you ended up sitting next to who you knew. Is that fair?
That is.
Tell us how that happened.
There were 2 friends of ours that called AJ right before the movie started looking for seats. By that point, they called. The movie theater's pretty packed. So they were asking if there were seats next to us. So we rearranged the row so that way we could have them both sit next to us. And they ended up taking 2 seats to the left of AJ.
And do you remember who was in which 2 seats next to AJ?
I do.
Could you put their initials in the seats next to AJ's?
Okay.
Do me a favor, if you would. Would you print your name on there and put today's date somewhere on the border around there?
Okay. Yeah. It's the 26th.
Oh, yep. There's a picture I want to ask you about that you took. Do you remember taking a picture there?
I do.
Was this before or after your friends got there and sat next to you?
This was before.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm handing you what's been marked here as People's Exhibit 4671. Take a look at that and tell me if you recognize that.
I do.
What's that?
It's a picture of AJ and I in the seats we initially sat in before rearranging ourselves to have Jordan and our 2 friends join us. Took about maybe an hour before the show started.
Why the selfie?
Because we like taking pictures of ourselves. Just kidding. It was a big moment. It had been the first time in a while.
Excuse me, interject an objection right now at 401, 403.
Sustained.
That's okay, ma'am. So this particular picture, does this display how the both of you looked before things took a turn in the theater later on?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to move to admit that exhibit into evidence and publish it to the jury.
Any objection to P-TR-4671?
No objection.
Without objection, it is admitted and it may be published.
Ma'am. That's you and AJ?
That is.
We see the hat there has the Batman symbol. I'm going to ask you about this later, but did you ever recover that hat again when you left the theater?
No. Mm-mm.
Thank you. All right. Your friends show up.
Yes.
You sit there. What are you guys doing while you're waiting for the movie to start?
Before they got there, we were playing games on my phone. When they got there, we were just talking amongst ourselves, waiting for the movie to start. By the time they got there, the movie started probably 10 minutes after that. It was really packed.
What does that mean, really packed?
I didn't see an empty seat in the house once they sat down.
Excited mood?
Oh, big time. Yeah. Summer movie, yeah.
Up to that point, ma'am, had you seen anything that thought was extremely unusual?
There was a guy sitting to my left in a trench coat, but other than that, everything seemed fine.
So the movie starts. I imagine there's trailers, and there's a certain point, and we've talked about this movie now for a month.
Mm-hmm.
What did you notice happen that was different than you expected with this movie?
Well, when the movie started, I just remember watching this one scene. It was extremely dark, and I just remember looking over to AJ and telling him that's the darkest I've...
I mean, object to hearsay.
Yeah.
Sustained.
It's okay. We'll talk about something other than that scene.
Yep.
Outside of what took place on the screen, what happened that was unusual in that theater?
To the right of the theater, there was the door flew open, and there was a man standing there. From what it looked like, just looking at him, I could only see a silhouette because of the light from outside that was shining behind him. I could just see a silhouette, and it seemed like he had tactical gear on, cargo pants, a helmet, and a gun strapped to his back.
What made you think he had a gun strapped to his back?
Just the shape of it, the outline of it all.
Mm-hmm. What happened after you saw this guy come in through that door?
I saw a motion like he was pulling a clip or a key out of something, and then he did an underhand toss in my direction of this canister that was weightless, and it just flew over us and landed a few rows behind us, and I could hear it clinking once it hit the ground.
Do me a favor, and on that exhibit 1119, would you indicate on there where you saw this guy that you described when he tossed this canister?
With a circle?
Sure.
Okay.
This canister, as you're sitting there facing the screen, where did it land near you, if at all?
About 2 rows back.
You heard it?
Oh yeah, I heard it hit the ground. I remember it being over my head and hissing, and then it hit the ground and I heard it clinking, and then roll.
Right away, I mean, are you concerned or are you thinking other thoughts?
Right away I wasn't concerned at all. I just remember a week before we watched Spider-Man, and there was a man in costume there. So I thought it was just going to be another theater prank, festival kind of festive thing going on at the theater. I thought it was a prank.
When did that opinion change?
When I turned around and saw people rushing the rows, screaming and yelling, jumping over seats. And then AJ told me that we needed to go. And he grabbed my hand and, yeah.
Did you go?
I took 2 steps, maybe, and then he hit the ground.
Here's what I want to do. I want to have you come down here with the court's permission and describe for us how you tried to get out of this theater. But before I do that, I want to move for the admission of People's Exhibit 1119 into evidence.
Is there any objection?
Judge, I don't think I'll have an objection to 1119. I'll just need to take a look at it.
Okay. I'll get that.
Yes.
Ma'am, can I get that from you? Thank you.
No objection.
All right, without objection, P-TR-1119 is admitted.
With the court's permission, may I have Ms. Cross come down? Would you
Yes.
grab the microphone, ma'am, if there is one up there? Yep, thank you. Is it on?
Yes.
Wait. Yep, you're good. All right, they didn't get to see what you drew on, that 1119. So do us a favor and first start by pointing out the seats that you and AJ picked out for you and your friends that came later.
We picked out 1, 2, 3, and 4.
And for the record, you are indicating 4 seats from the left, but not including the end
Not the
one.
first, yeah, not the first seat.
Right in front of the leftmost railing in the front of the stadium seating section. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. First off, point to where you saw this guy come in through the door with the backlighting and the gun and all that.
I saw him here. Well, it would have been here, now that I know that's the door.
And you've indicated where we have this gray outcropping
Yeah.
thing that's probably for the door. Okay. Where was he when you saw him throw that canister?
He was still there.
What I want you to do for us, if you would, because you described it, but I can't see it in my head.
Right.
Can you demonstrate for the jurors what you saw?
Yeah. So I see the motion of him pulling something and then doing this backhand toss towards my direction.
And your direction would have been from where the jury is, kind of towards the
Yeah.
clock?
Yeah. Tossing it that way, towards the clock.
And point to where you think you heard it land.
In this row or this row.
Okay.
1 row or 2 rows behind me.
You said that AJ turns to you and says,
He said, "Babe, we have to go," and he grabbed my hand.
you said you took 2 steps. Show us which direction you tried to get out.
Here we took 2 steps this way, and then he hit the ground and was laying down there
Laying down with his head towards where?
towards this wall.
Do you know what happened?
I thought he fainted. I thought the gas might have made him faint, got lightheaded, and then
Excuse me, I'm going to interject an objection. 401, 403, it calls for speculation.
The objection as to 401 and 403 is overruled. Don't speculate, okay? You can only talk about what you observed, all right? You may proceed.
So he goes down the way you described. And then what did you do when you saw him go down?
I jumped over him and held his head in my arms, in my hands, and that's when I realized he was bleeding.
Why did you hold his head? Why would you do that?
I just didn't want him to get hit again if that were the case, because I didn't know what was going on at all. Worst case scenario is protect his head.
And you said that's when you realized what?
I could feel this really hot, thick liquid dripping through my fingers, so I draw the conclusion that it was blood.
How long did you stay there?
Well, it felt like forever. Realistically, maybe 5 minutes.
Okay, and what's going on around you while you're down there holding his head?
Mad chaos. I saw a girl crawling the row behind me. And I just remember screaming and yelling for help to 3 friends that I knew were in the theater that night.
Hang on one second. Did you see 3 friends in the theater earlier that you hadn't described sitting near you?
Yeah. They were sitting further back in the auditorium, although I don't know where specifically they were sitting.
Do you remember their names?
I do.
What?
I called out for Tori Brown Smith.
Judge, I'm going to interject an objection to hearsay.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Tori Brown Smith, Darius Harvey, and Donovan Tate, but I knew Donovan Tate was in Theater 8.
You were just yelling anyway.
Yeah, because I knew he'd be able to help.
Why did you need his help?
Just a big kid.
Did you try to move AJ?
Yeah.
Did you do it?
He was too heavy.
Where'd you try to move him?
Objection, Your Honor. 403, 401.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
I wanted to get him out of the theater, but I couldn't do it alone, so I just called out names of guys I knew were there and hoped that one of them would hear me and help me get his body out of there.
Were you able to move him from where you've indicated he was when he fell down?
I was, as much as I could possibly do it.
Would you tell us where you moved him to?
I moved him onto the steps and leaned him against the wall.
Why'd you lean him against the wall?
Because then that way I knew his body wouldn't just be there, but it would be closer to the exit, at least. And maybe someone could find him later, easily exposed.
Did you ever see anything from him that indicated he was awake or alive?
No, he was completely unresponsive.
What'd you do?
I just propped him against the wall and said everything's going to be okay. And I turned on hands and knees and walked down the last few steps, or crawled. And then crawled, turned the corner, and stood up and took off out the exit door.
To where?
To the lobby and then out into the parking lot.
Why'd you run away?
Because by that point I realized the capacity of the situation was something more than I could handle, and I didn't want to get hurt, so I ran.
Were you scared?
Terrified.
401, 403.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
I've given the jury an instruction as to how to consider information that comes up when I sustain an objection.
All right, you got outside. Where did you go?
Immediately I was looking outside for a cop I knew, and I couldn't find him, so I decided that I was going to run home about 5 blocks away, and then I realized I didn't want to be that girlfriend, so I ran back.
Ran back to where?
I ran back to the parking lot and kept pacing back and forth, unsure of what to do.
And I think we're done with the theater part. With the court's permission, can I have her retake her seat, please?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you. Thank you. You said you ran back to the parking lot.
I did.
Why?
I didn't want to leave him there just in case he came out, so I kept running back and forth, unsure of what to do.
Where did you end up in the parking lot?
I ended up on one side of it, away from his car. It's hard to explain, but I did run into someone there, someone I knew from the high school that I went to, and I used their phone to call my mom.
Without going into any more of the conversations you had with other folks, did people think that you needed medical help?
Yes.
Why?
I didn't know it until it was pointed out to me that I was completely covered in blood. It was on my face, all over my body, my legs, my clothes.
Were you hurt?
No. I had a scratch on my knee at the
Know where
most.
that blood came from?
At the time, no. But now, AJ, laying on the ground with him.
As you're sitting out there in the parking lot, making calls to mom, being looked at, did you ever see AJ come out of that theater?
I didn't. I saw FBI line up against the wall, or the doors, and close them without him coming out.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
You can?
Nothing else, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Is there any cross-examination?
No, I have no questions.
And the jury does not appear to have any questions for this witness. Mr. Brockler, may this witness be released from her subpoena?
Your Honor, she may thank you.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, thank you. All right, members of the jury, it's 5:05, so we're going to go ahead and adjourn at this time. Please make sure you follow all my advisements tonight while you're away from the courtroom. I know that you know them by memory, and I know that all of you are following each and every one of them because you realize how extremely important they all are. So, and I thank you for doing that. Get some rest tonight, and I'll see you back here tomorrow morning at the usual time. Remember, tomorrow we're taking an early lunch break, so eat a light breakfast so that you're hungry earlier than usual, okay? All right, see you tomorrow at 8:15. Thank you. All right, please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect the jury has exited the courtroom. Let me just follow up on one of the objections that I sustained a moment ago. There was a question as to whether the witness was scared, and I have allowed some of those questions in the past. The reason I didn't allow it this time is because the witness said she was already out of the theater at that point. And so I didn't think it had any relevance at that point. In any event, I think that the jury can infer, given the situation, that the witness and anyone else in that position would have been scared. I have allowed the question when the question has been asked inside the theater, because I think it goes to what steps people took and why, and it goes to what they were thinking as the shooting was occurring, what was going through their mind, and what they were thinking in terms of, what actions they were going to take, and then eventually what actions they ended up taking and why. So I think it has some probative value in that context, but once someone is already out of the theater and has avoided the specific area of the shooting, I don't think it has probative value. So for that reason, I sustain the objection. All right, is there anything we need to talk about at this time on behalf of the prosecution, Mr. Orman?
Can I go to the podium? It's just leaning over here is a little uncomfortable.
Yes?
I called it a podium, Your Honor, I realize.
Yes, you did.
I have a couple of court exhibits I would like to tender. One is it's going to be CTR 33, which are some photographs that I took of the model the other day, Your Honor, after that modification that we had discussed on the record. And I'd like to show these to counsel and tender them to the court. And just so the record's clear, I took these photographs with my phone, which is an Apple iPhone 6 Plus. I did not modify them in any way or edit them or change the colors. I emailed them to my paralegal and asked her to print them out, and that is their origin. That is the same as the other set, and I can't remember the court exhibit number that I had submitted earlier. I took those photographs. I didn't modify them in any way or change the colors, and I just asked my paralegal to print them out, and I provided them to the court. The other, Your Honor, is CC.
Before you go on,
Yeah.
these are the pictures that show the mark removed from one of the seats pursuant to my instructions.
That's right.
All right.
That's right.
Go
Your
ahead.
Honor. The second one would be Court Exhibit 34, which is the original disc with the entire contents of the 911 call for Mr. Goldich. Since we're going to submit a shortened one, I think the court should probably, just for the record, have a complete one.
I agree. Thank you.
So I'll show these to counsel, and then if I may approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Your Honor.
I'm not inclined to say anything about the removal of that mark because I think it'll call more attention to it. But if anybody has a request along those lines, I'm happy to entertain it. I think it's best to just leave it alone and hope that the jury didn't notice that mark or that they don't notice the difference. But if someone is concerned that the jury or one of the jurors at some point saw the mark and now is seeing that the mark is gone, and that they might be confused by that, I'm happy to provide an explanation if either party wishes. And you don't have to tell me that now. You can think about it if you want, okay? All right, anything else on behalf of the people at this time?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, anything on behalf of the defense at this time?
No.
All right, have a good day. I'll see you tomorrow morning at the usual time. Thank you. The court will be in recess.